I gotta take care of the obsession, you know what I'm saying? Oh, what's the crap? Huh? Oh god. Hold on. I gotta reload the game. Forgive me. I hate that. I'm gonna tell you, Cruz. He got his sons with him this time. Big K that. That's crazy. Apparently, they're gonna make a new Friday movie with Ice Cube and Chris Tucker's sons as them, and Terry Crews is gonna be uh, Debo, and I yeah, man, K Dot's gonna be in it. He's gonna be Big Smoke. Like these kids don't know about that. These kids don't know about Big Smoke. Big Smoke dog. Big Smoke. Woo-hoo. They don't know about Friday because I ain't got no job and I ain't got shit to do. They don't know. They don't know. Should I make her a front runner or a pace chaser? Let's make her a pace chaser. Use the Mustang. You got a Fox body. What you mean you don't have a drag car, Jeremiah? You have a whole entire Fox body sitting right there. They're buying another car, bro. Oh, it's a Buick. Hey, they're buying a Buick. They're buying a Buick Regal. I want to get a Buick Regal, but I can't fucking find them. I haven't been able to find a Buick Regal that has a motor in it that runs yet, and it's been like 10 years. I wanted that to be my first car. I wanted to have something with a little giddy up to it. You know what I'm saying? My daughter likes doing donuts. Even when she was a baby, like she would just be giggling if I was doing that. Yeah, I never told her mom I did that. But anyways, yeah, she loved it. That's when a lot of drag races actually got started that are drag racing now. They started off by watching the show Pinks or Outlaws back on Speed. Remember Speed Channel? Oh my God, the Speed Channel. I know it's still around. I know it's still alive. I know Barrett still does his auctions on there, but like I don't know about Pinks, All Out. I don't know about the 405. Or I don't know what Nova. I don't know what Team Nova's up to, or Nola. I mean, you know what I'm saying. I don't know what Nola's been up to. I don't know what they've been messing around with. I don't know what Texas has been doing. Like you would think those guys would go, hey, maybe if I made a YouTube page, that would help me. That would help bring some money in. Nah, I can't find Big Boss or nobody on there. On my, I've looked. And then old buddy with the red Camaro, he got busted for transport moving drugs. So he ain't racing no more. He got busted last year, I think. Oh, they're buying an Oldsmobile. That's not okay. That's not a Buick Regal. I got the body type wrong. It looks like a Buick Regal though. Wait, Buick Regals are Oldsmobiles. Okay, I still right though. Yes, that is a pager. That is. Oh wow, I haven't seen a pager in a long time. Yeah, no, it's not muffled or nothing, bro. It's straight pipes. It's got a big, it's got a giant V8 with a blower and it's straight pipes. Yeah, LA is not gonna like that. You better put that mug in the trailer. Yeah, that's smart. The police will have a field day with that thing. You get a ticket every mile. Dang, bro, he's giving up his car. Dang. I guess he's done racing. I mean, that thing, that thing is built too, bro. I would have bought it too. Shit. What happens if I show up to work one day in a dragster? What happens? That's like anybody, right? What happens? You show up one day in a dragster. You just everybody just hears like, whoa, coming up the hill towards them. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck? Who is that?" Right? I think anybody would, right? Oh, whoa, Chris is there. Luda's there. Luda pulled up in big time, bro. That's what's up, Luda. Yo, that's my dog. And Luda actually cares about cars. That's another thing. That's why he was in Too Fast, Too Furious. It wasn't just for a cameo. He actually likes cars. Have you seen, bro? Go look up Ludacris's car collection. Go look up Luda's car collection, bro. I'm telling you, like he has a bunch of pricey cars. I mean, he has a few pricey cars, but most of his cars are like, bro, just street tuners, straight up. Like he has a vintage Nice, um, 1999 Mitsubishi Eclipse or 2000 Mitsubishi Eclipse, whichever one it was. It looks nice too. And then he took the car from Too Fast Too Furious. That the guy that had the Gucci all over his car, the Gucci paint job, he got that car too. That Ja Rule drove. Oh no, Monica! Like if you win, you get both of us. That's what Monica said. If you win, you get both of us. Bro was going for it too. He blew out his wheel. He blew out. He blew his motor. He wrecked into a sign. Like he was going for it. He did the jump and everything. And the crazy part is, like, his the way his wheels are set up, it's not set up to do jumps, or it can't take a jump, and it has such small clearance or such small amount of wall on his tire that as soon as it hit the ground, it just exploded, and Brian flew right over him. Rest in peace, brother. We miss you. What did I? That's fine. All right. Rest. Nice rest. Never got three turns of train. Give me sevens, please. Yeah. God dang it. Or he probably his son probably built his own draft car. Yeah, don't do that. Just leave the motor in there. So what does it actually run? That's what you need to test. Make sure she's full up on fluids before you. Well, I guess not. I would have dumped all the fluids out of the car and refilled it before I did that. Because who knows how long he's been letting it sit there, you know? And check the brakes and the parachute. Make sure it works. Pull the parachute, let it pop out one time, make sure it works, and then repack it. Then take the run. Don't take the run full speed. You ain't checked to see if the parachute even works. You don't want to do that in a drag car, in a purpose-built dragster. This ain't a street car that they turned into a dragster. Like this is a full-on dragster. It ain't. Mm. And somebody pulled up with a Nissan Skyline, bro. Oh my god! It's not Godzilla, but damn. You know what? It looks like Brian's Skyline because y'all can't see what I see right now. It looks like Brian's Skyline, literally, like except for with drag radials on the back and the front. Is it all-wheel drive? He's got drag radials on the front and the back, no skiddies. So it's all-wheel drive. He got them all four tires beaded. Yeah. Wow. So all-wheel drive. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. You got to beat an all-wheel drive Nissan Skyline on three bottles of Nas. God, bro. Hey, y'all asked for the race. It's invisible. Yeah, that's what race fuel does. It burns. Well, it explodes and then burns invisible, and then catches itself on fire visibly. Yeah, yeah. There you go. I'm messing around and start going watch it. I'm messing around and start going to watch drag races in this summer. I'm messing father daughter bonding time sound like a good loop, you know. But I gotta there are a couple of things in order first. Ooh. Yeah. Hmm. Take my chicken. Gotta get my food. Gotta get my food. Ah, that's hot. Oh, ow. I hurt my finger. I did burn my finger a little bit. I let that cool off. Gotta let that cool off. Yeah. Hmm. Your mom sent you that video to watch. That's right. That's good. Hmm. Go Spark. Go Spark. Go Spark. Go Spark. I gotta go Spark. Go Spark. Go Spark. Go Spark. Go Spark. Let's go. If the EU and the US went to war, we would we would wipe the EU off the map in a matter of days. It wouldn't even take a year. I gave it too much. I gave it wrong parent. Huh. Actually, didn't build her to be a loanworker. I didn't build that stem on purpose.
They close their refineries, they close the wells, they start getting overpriced energy from Asia effectively, and then now because of the Strait of Hormuz situation, there's no energy, so literally you have gas stations in Australia just running out of fuel. And as a result, right, what happens? Then you have to exercise more social control. You're like, oh, it's an emergency or something. So, honestly, there's just sort of my theory about this, and I don't expect that to change very soon. However, quite hilariously, you even have the Ursula herself basically coming out and saying it too, because she further goes on here to note that the turmoil has made it clear that the only lasting way out of this crisis, you think, oh, maybe energy security, no, no, no. Out of fossil fuel dependency is to, quote, modernize the economy by electrifying the economy and turning it green as rapidly as possible. So, in other words, let's have green crap that doesn't work and make it, if you don't notice, that this is the whole argument against wasting energy. People that hate, the people that hate wasting energy are like the no solution. But they think that people that don't like that shit are saying, oh yeah, well, we want to put the world until it dies. That's not what people are saying. What people are saying is that the rate of human progress will lead to better energy sources. And that if we have progress by forcing these green energy things, that first off cost a lot of money today. And they're not even, they call them green, but they actually have a lot of these solar panels that last forever. Right? So all these solutions, like windmills kill a lot of birds, like they're awful. There's so many like reasons to not have them. Right? And they suck. Like they're not consistent. And anyway, so the point is people who believe in using whatever energy we have now want to do it in order to accelerate progress going forward so that we can
I can do definitely a better run than that.
technology will be naturally developed. That because there's
Ooh,
incentive to do that.
excuse me.
There's incentive to develop technology that are more efficient, energy wise, more flexible sources of energy, or keep progress up. And that's always where you find whenever there's a demand for something, that's when you always find the innovation. This is why war, by the way, war is like huge for innovation because there's a demand of like, oh shit, we're gonna fucking die if we don't actually innovate. So that's the argument. The argument is fuck the earth and like let everything, global warming or whatever, oceans rise, whatever the hell. That's not really the argument. The argument is the amount that we're able to stop pollution and stop like global warming is not really effective. Even if you were to cut off all progress, it would not matter. In addition, there's other countries that don't give a shit. Like, let's just be real, China and India don't give a fuck. And then if we were to like immediately tomorrow use all green energy, our those other countries won't stop using it. And they're being a majority of the solution. So the idea is like, listen, we need to out-tech these guys and then create solutions that will trickle down to them. And that's the only way that we can solve it. Is by creating better alternatives to where pollution is not affecting. That's the idea. But it's like again, it's not like direct, right? This is like you're thinking like second order effects, right? Second, third order effects in order to like even process that idea. So I think that's probably why they don't get it. All of the turbo green people, they're just started. They're not fast enough. Gasoline moving more expensive. It's your bad answer. So what we're seeing in the Middle East is not some disparate crisis, but in a world in which everything is connected, effects are direct, and they are immediate. And this is, as I said, the second fossil fuel crisis in just a few years. There is one thing that all these events make clear. We have a very high price our over-dependency on fossil fuels. And the great reality of you guys are the ones that shut down all of your nuclear focus. How are these people in charge? How? Explain that to me. How are they in charge? Ultimately, fossil fuel energy will remain the most expensive option in the years to come. But on the other hand, we also have assets. Europe has assets. We have the electricity that is produced in Europe from renewables and from nuclear, and therefore our strategy to decarbonize has not only been confirmed in the last years, but is growing in importance day by day. Now, in all awareness, nuclear is a completely viable option. As a matter of fact, when people talk about a clean energy future, that's what it really looks like. Nuclear energy. But as we also know, the green climate leftists also don't want nuclear energy. First and foremost, because they don't truly believe in science. And it's secondly because it's too efficient. It's too much of an easy way out of this. That is very funny. I think they're always the believe in science. People may believe in science. Right? Just start climate lockdowns or green deals or so much their goal social control when you lose stuff. We can have our whole continent doing fairly efficiently. No, no, no. So I'm going to make a prediction. Europe's not going to actually make that meaningful investment into the power. Rather, what's going to happen is they're going to do this whole push for renewables and electric cars and all this nonsense, and then just ship all those components from China. But what really happens whenever you try to implement a no fossil fuel policy? Okay, we can look at what happens in America, in California, the Biden administration, other countries. It's always the same story every time, right? The whole green revolution crap never actually works. Your society still needs effectively to think about fossil fuels. But because you turn off fossil fuel production in your own country, you basically just have to start shipping it from other countries at inflated prices. So that's really the reason why
Ah, I
whenever
see what I
Europe is
did.
in charge, gas prices go up because you don't have to get more taxes, there are more regulations, obviously, on fossil fuel, but nobody can truly get off of it. So that way we just end up paying more. What's my point in saying all that? I have an official prediction on this. I've been making it for the past several weeks. Okay, Ursula can come out and claim that Europe's going to go green. Let me give you a spoiler. That's not going to happen. Instead, they're just going to have to find somewhere else to start shipping in their fossil fuels. America. Again, that's how this always goes. And guess what country that's going to be? Can you predict? If you've been listening to our content, it's America. That's right. It's going to be That's right. That's right. Welcome to the lovely European Green Deal, guys. We hate Trump so much. This is our attempt to get off of American reliance, and then we're going to just become energy dependent on America. That's 100% what's going to happen because where else are we going to get it from? They used to get it from Russia. They don't want to get it from Russia anymore for political reasons. They used to get stuff from the Middle East. They can't do that. That's the source of the insecurity, right? So literally, the only nearby producer they have anymore of oil and natural gas is America. Maybe perhaps Canada, but Canada likewise is governed by liberals who don't want to unleash the production of it. So again, it's going to be America here who they turn the fossil fuels for. So update on NATO without America, right? Update on the new age of independent Europe. This is their grand solution. We're going to secure the Strait of Hormuz and freedom of navigation by having America do it for us. But we're divesting from America, right? Oh, we're going to have a green energy future, but in reality, that means just buying energy from America. We're going to have a military coalition of our own country, but then Russia's going to step up and bully us, and then we're going to crawl back to America. Just amazing, right? These people are just not serious at all. It's a total joke. What else can we say? What else can we say? Hey, you know, straight up our moves, stepping up and doing something as we promised. No, no, no. Have you tried just turning the lights on? Anyways, guys, that's it. Look at yourself. Make sure you like this video. Oh my god. Have you tried turning the lights off? Alright, I'll leave you guys the video. Over the next 24 hours, we are attempting something that is incredibly cool. On this episode of What's Going On with Chillin, vacant furniture, vacant furniture. This thank you specifically bought it. So Israel is losing support. If you find yourself in a situation where you are being hunted by killers, explosive drones, what do you do? This is a survival guide for how you can maximize your chances of survival in the age of drone warfare. But we must first understand the threats that we will be facing. There are many types of drones, from experimental flamethrower drones, drones with metal holes to take out other drones, drones with rifles, etc., etc. But the main types of drones we will directly
That works. Not bad.
solve the original files that the CIA project. Control of everything they're making the money, the less there will have to be like when it's quoted in court, right? Just get rid of the demand and we're talking about lowering that, but at the end of the day, this is way better than she's doing. So let's go. Every program, every document, that is a fight for control of it. Right now, World War III is very relevant to how it helps them put in place control systems. They would like to see humans who would have story that going to war will keep us safe. In fact, the opposite. Harris, the global recognized spiritual nature of today is going to be channeling that is spirit guides that have been speaking.
Oh wait. Oh, I gotta see this. Spirit guides are real. When I had kidney failure and died, guess what? I saw them and never. Not seriously. Like some people call it. Some people think when you do that, some people like call you crazy. So be careful who you tell. That's all I can say about that. But I know they're real, and I know what's on the other side of the white light too.
open to answering all of those questions and more. We've had Lee Harris on the podcast before. He's a globally recognized spiritual teacher, intuitive, and best-selling author. But today, he's going to be channeling his being. That's his spirit guide, who have been speaking to him through clairaudience for decades. Lee is about to embark on his Oneness Experience Tour, leaders across North America. We want to give a shout out to leeharrisenergy.com/breakdown to get tickets for this incredible tour that he's taking all across North America. And in addition, he's got a retreat in Santa Barbara. Lee is going to absolutely blow your mind today with the way that these interpret our questions and with his own reflections about what it's like to channel, where the information is coming from, and how we can use it to find hope, whether we're suffering personally, globally, in our communities. It's an unbelievable opportunity for us to get to hear the channel, and we're so excited to welcome him in person. So, Lee Harris, welcome back to the breakdown. And we're so excited to have you here for a second time. I think one of my favorite stories about how you got here the first time is that you thought you were being pumped when our producer reached out. But indeed, we were made so fascinated with the story, how you got to the place that you are. We're going to be
That's that
having a
RNG right there.
special episode with you today in that we asked you to channel the wisdom of we've never had anything like this in person. We've had people in, these states of contemplation and thought, but we've never had this experience. And we're so grateful to you that we bring this to our audience. So thank you so much for being here. If people do not know who these are, can you formally answer? Just tell the table a little bit about why we're about you. Sure. So I met my guys at the age of 23. I was on the London Underground. I was going to work and I was probably actually 15. I was studying metaphysics and I went into personal development. I started about channeling it wasn't something I was interested in, and it was something I had to be interested about. But it happened to me. And so I had this ongoing series of conversations with the month once I was down and spent my life when I was like, well, what is this voice? It was very different from my own mental voices or my own judgmental thoughts. Yeah, and just to sort of like run this down a little bit, you're on you subway, and literally all of a sudden you hear a voice insert itself into what was previously a conversation you were having in your head about a relationship. Yeah, I was going through my own thoughts, self-doubt, negative self-talk. And still to this day, where I get the appropriate person to communicate with guys in this position for me is here. So it's about this high above my head, this amount it's about, I guess, 12 inches above my head to the left is the point at which I hear them when I am speaking to them. When I am channeling, as we're about to, normally I will hear the first sentence. I will hear the first sentence. Then I'm no longer hearing something, it's just kind of coming through. I'm then at the time, I can still hear everything that's said. I'm not in a out of body trance, right? But that's what I'm letting them work. So I've been reading a book on the science of channeling, and it's very, very interesting, I'm sure. You know many things in this movie that for those of us who don't have access, that, we want to understand it. But just to sort of be clear, you were not having hospitalization. No of any clinical mental health crisis. You just simply were having some sort of auditory information that then felt like a network. Information dropping in out feeling your very critical idea of what voice. Because that person up here that was able to talk to me for the first time, they said I had heard it until I was 6, but I had no memory apart from a very real had all my childhood. Oh, the dream was something that was so I and from the UK, we left there, we moved down south when I was 6 years old, and this streak went on until I was about 10 years old. The very first dream I ever had, I lived in a house, the priest lived house, a 6 years old house, and I come downstairs and I walk into the living room we had. I assume it was back when we were younger, television goes static at like 12 at midnight. Just we didn't have sound. So I walked into the living room and all I hear is static, really loud static, like the television. And on the left hand of the room, there is a male figure, but I can't make out the face or the features. Was kind of a long, kind of, I guess it could be a Roman, but I'm not sure. And he has his hands here, and his mouth is going like what's his face, but I can't hear it. That's it. And over on the other corner of the room is a female figure it's kind of like she has a huge blonde afro, but it's not quite an afro. That's how big her head, not her head, but what's emanating from her hair. And she's doing exactly the same. And I'm just standing and trying to hear her, and I can't hear it. Makes me like it's that's what I felt like standing for. I understand. But yeah, it's very encouraging my house as a child. And I only put all this together later. And then I asked them, and they were like, yes, that was four of us. If you weren't communication was, they said it would have been very inconvenient for my life if they had stayed in communication with me. So they left at the age of 6. And funnily enough, all the reasons I had to go to personal development are here started from the age of 8. So from the age of 8 to 15, when I started to go back towards finding myself, that was when all of my self-destructive behaviors took place. Typically, all types of breakdowns and these are just the ones that speak through you. Yeah, they have said that we all have rights, we all have angels, everybody is going to something. But we're all working with our idea of individualism is a myth. How they explain it to me, I don't know if like channeling one being or one angel, that's all I knew. That's young. But what they said is we're a group. But they said as a group, we can also communicate with any other being that we need to communicate with to bring the right information to you, which is why they said things like the consciousness wiring. They said that you are no different as a human. They said you are a composite of all the people you've ever interacted with and influenced by experience. And that made sense to me. So that's the first time I ever really encountered anything like that. Okay, what is the difference between a spirit guide and an angel? My understanding, and I'm not an expert, I don't speak to researching this stuff. My understanding is angelics are very much here for healing, balance, they will embrace, they help us in times of crisis. They will get closer to people when they're going through health crises or emotional crises. They will try and bring light and a little bit of work against that to the light point on the dark radio experience. Guys tend to be more traditional. They don't necessarily work with your angelical and angelic in general.
Double with. Nice. I seen that.
So I had a partner
Right?
who
Yeah.
that he would
So we got 18
ask me
there,
questions when I was up in the
and
chat
then you got
many
15 more down here.
years ago. And I was recording somewhere, and at one point he was different beings were coming from my group. And when two of the angels that were with me came through, they really would like it here. I remember very vividly from the recording, they were going, it's so dark here. They could have seen my body, and they could see through my eyes. I used to have my eyes open when I channeled, but then I realized it was alienating too much energy. And so when I did it in the workshops, people would get very fixated on my eyes. So I found it was the direction and I took the way of energy to take it up all over. I had to do the open eyes, but I don't. So angels consider less vocal, so kind of working but in the shadows, but it's not working behind the scenes, uplifting energy, helping people, eye open, things like that. I'm sure there will be people on the planet who speak with our angels, so they translate angel messages. So I don't want to make a blanket statement here. What was described to me was that the angels that were moving out here for energy they just explain what ACA better on energy efficiency work for training and better on those capacity and health. So apparently for all of us, we are just connected to that level of spirit that I'm someone who accesses it through channeling, through focusing on intuition, I help people who are just and they're not very on the right so I can access the spirit realm and I did very intuitively, but I also did the human realm. So I'm kind of between the two worlds. My meals breakdown is supported by optimizer. Do you ever feel off after meals or bloated or sluggish, like uncomfortable? Well, you know what actually is many women in perimenopause are taking indigestion that can affect energy and also mood and focus. I used to finish meals and I would feel that like heavy feeling, like my body wasn't getting everything it needed. It actually wasn't about a gut issue, it was about natural hormone shifts. And guess what? Digestion is a huge part of that story. That's when I added fat science to my meals. A comprehensive digestive enzyme formula provides support your body breaks down protein, fat, carbs, and fiber so you can feel lighter and more comfortable after meals. What I appreciate is that it's not a food fix, not a stimulant, it's 18 different enzymes working together to support digestion and nutrient breakdown, including enzymes that help break down protein efficiently and even help unlock nutrients for food. And it works across different stomach acid levels, which matters as we age. It's vegan, it's clean, it's thoughtfully formulated, no heavy or support for your body as involved. If you want to support your digestion and feel more nourished from the food you're already eating, go to bioptimizers.com/breaker and use our code breaker for 50% off. And if you subscribe, you'll walk in the supply of your special instant purchase. That's bioptimizers.com/breaker, code breaker for 50% off. One of those breakdowns supported by Incogni. Your personal data is everywhere online. Target websites legally publish your confidential info, your name, home address, and court record. Once it's out there,
I
you're
don't
not
have no
responsible
court
for
records.
identity of anyone with bad intentions. Last remote data breaches skyrocketed by over 200%. That means that your private details are already floating around shady directories, AI summaries, and people search sites waiting to be exploited. That's where Copy comes in. Copy hunts down your personal data not from the same brokers, but across the entire web. Directories, search results, company databases, log on. Their custom removal feature takes it even further. Send a link, and your dedicated privacy expert will handle the takedown. Whether it's a random court record, educational search profiles, will make it disappear. Reduce your risk of scams and identity theft, protect your privacy, reclaim your online solitude, all in just 3 steps. Create your account, get one-time authorization, and let it copy. Remember, they can harm you if they can't find you. Add free emails, addresses, and phone numbers to uncover even more hidden profiles. With the unlimited plan, you can send in any link and watch it. Plus, it's free. Cancel anytime or get your money back within 30 days if you're not satisfied. Scammers are getting smarter. With Copy, you're one step ahead. They're the only data removal service independently verified by Deloitte. Because your privacy deserves proof. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Head to incogni.com/Lion. Use the code Lion, NAYIN. To get 60% off an annual plan. That's code Lion at incogni.com/Lion. I think people want to understand a little bit about like the function structure of what happens on the other side. Now, of course, I want to add working absolute detail. Can you share a little bit more about like what you understand? For example, some people think that types of guidance are future to civilization that may be 1,000 plus years ahead of us. And there's a whole, collections that are going to guide us in a way to help our world evolve. That other civilizations have made, other people think it's just a collective energy. Do you have a sense of where this information, where these entities, types of things reside, and what their intention is? Yes. So they have explained to me essentially, in many ways, they are a higher council of my higher future self, which is many of them. I mean, we have kind of essentially descended basically from that realm of consciousness, however they would say they are individuals, like some of them have been incarnated on that before, not all of them. other than that, um, it's more than formal, from what I understand of a play, that we are at this time in history where we are coming out
I'm
of
doing it at church.
a kind of quarantine, where we were held apart from our true origins. They wanted to
It's
speak about
supposed
our
to.
galactic origins. They say
Everybody.
we live in a Victorian Earth that didn't live on this earth, deliberately live on this earth by those who wanted us to be living in heaven. And that we are in a period of history where consciousness has risen to such a degree that it's not even crossed paths. And we are seeing the shadow coming harder and stronger upon but we are also seeing consciousness and light rising through more and more of us who are waking up. That's a lot of what is tackled in Future Human. We'll do our own version of conversation today with the least. But the evolution of we're at a new place in the human body. We're at a new place for the human mind. Relationships are shifting. Our relationship to gender, like our relationship to consciousness itself, is shifting. That's part of that evolution that we all see it, whether you call it a collective civilization or whether you call it, a quantum computing, right? When it's going to take over, well, the thing that takes over. One of the things before we ask you to sort of get into the zone, but I feel like, when you're about to get a massage and the person explains to you what's going to happen, I feel like that's what's happening. Like, tell us what's going to happen next. So, will you explain the process by which you drop into this place that is super intense and walk us through what the massage is going to be like? Yeah. You want to know what it's going to be like for you, what it's like for me. I'm most interested in you. Sure, to know if you think you would love that. No, I'm curious if you could talk about it practically. Is there a mantra that you're reciting? Are you going into a meditative place? Are you like saying like, it's time for my going right now? What does it look like? Questions to me, what you speak to me about becoming a channeler was I thought that you surely had to have purified yourself to take reading. I really thought you have to be in an ashram and you have to be enlightened. And even though I was spiritual and I was educated at that point, I wasn't meditating. So in the same way that I can be sat with you now, and I can literally turn my attention and I'm hold on to this because I've learned how to live without doing that. But I can turn my attention to them and go, what does my need? And they can say to me, they can give me an answer. I don't tend to do that when I become personal. I'm using you to play, to try and help us understand what is talking about. But you also, I think, the biggest reason I don't do that is I think by learning from them over the years that I have, it's got me into a place where I'm more capable of being in the moment. And I will help people learn my lessons. So there are times I could walk them and I don't. I want to figure I need to figure it out for myself. But you have to have an identity
It's
for
a
that.
good run.
It makes it sound
Ooh,
so
what these
I really had
70?
this morning that was like, what's going to happen with my journey today? And this has given me two paragraphs. And it's very good. It always works. I didn't even know I do this right now. Yeah, this whole figuring it out. Like, figuring out doesn't bother me. If I had just done about what's going to happen here, then I don't know if you're going to do that. I just need to make sure it's all pressure we do. Um, but then as for now, you guys, I'll go back to when I first had I remember being absolutely terrified, and I remember feeling so confident afterwards. Now it's got to the point that my main experience of it is, especially for probably going to go for an hour or more. I was probably thinking an hour of it for an hour or so afterwards. It would take me about an hour or so afterwards to kind of come back into my fully grounded body, and I will get lost. And my heart rate will be sweating after about an hour. But yeah, I will get lost. And then, so once we are having this conversation, how do we get out of it? Like, do we say to you, like, cut, stop it?
Stop it.
Okay. twice when I've done a long relationship, they have adopted like a book. Oh, they go, okay, it's fine. My point is not like that. They don't have a problem with it. They don't want to try to don't worry about it. Do they ever question your platform? Good question. I have that one I used to do private sessions. In the 15 years I would work with two one and a half of them. And then usually the last 20, 30 minutes would be them personal disease. And then combo. And sometimes they ask me questions. She's a lot of information that should share if they wanted. Yeah, the information is they don't important to them. I'm not information is not here I think we often want to understand things. So for them, no, I've never experienced that. Yeah, but this is actually a very interesting point that can help therapists share, if I understand correctly, issues around it. You're actually opening a frequency. You're actually bringing in we're using the word for what's actually happening and why you get a positive that your body that's for other energies that you may be doing intellectually something, but what's actually happening at the therapeutic level you are shifting somewhere. I believe the function of the catalog that bridge for someone else's practice that I saw, that I intuition, that I messages I didn't know that. Now I've done this for 22 years. I have seen the function of this for people that are it's not to glorify the channel being on the catalog. It's not to get reflect the information. It is a thing about channel. It becomes a rabbit hole. Every question you ask
Nice.
is a formal question because it's analog. So they will keep asking questions, but I think it's functional in my experience of practicing people who want to
I swear it sounds like she's saying mambo, but real scary. Like it sounds like she's saying mambo. Like
relationship to it. That's my observation. Yeah, I think that's a super helpful observation as we think about this. I'm assuming you're used to being observed in this process, right? And you look at you. Oh yeah, you can look wherever you want. Okay. Right. You know, I'm not aware what I'm doing, but you do whatever you want. Okay. 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 We are aware that the conversation is to be a gate opening for you are the gatekeepers for others to their own, we would call it higher knowledge in earth terms, but we will say cosmic knowledge. When you are aware of your cosmic origin, you are more connected to and tapped into the frequency of telepathy, the frequency of healing, and other realms. The realms beyond what you can see as a human whose senses have not yet opened to the realms of the soul. They are still fixated on the human being, as it were. So we are aware that you are here on the planet at this time, among other reasons, to be gatekeepers for knowledge, not that you are holding anything back, but instead your own curiosity, also your own past lives, equip you to bring this information and bridge this information. Jonathan has had many lives where healing has been his way, and mine has come from many lifetimes in his scholarly role. This is for you. Being a scholar, being a student, and also being a teacher has been a big part of your work on Earth. This is why you were gifted with the voice and communication in the way that you were. You have a great heart around communication, like many on Earth who come here with gifts that cost you a lot sometimes in your earlier life until you learned to stabilize more of your own sensitivity so that you could stand in the power of leadership that you have. Jonathan, for you, it has been almost the opposite process. You have been slowly coming into your outer expression over the years. Your inner expression was always very strong, very intact, very sensory. But your outer expression has been something you've been developing. So wanted to bring through this information for others at the time. And as you know, Kelly was graduation. For starters, again, no matter what my friend, your skin is strong. Life takes a turn. You can't stand still because understanding is always the first step to overcoming. Yeah, we're advancing the future of heartcare at Cleveland Clinic today. Does your internet bill keep getting higher? That's because typical internet deals are full of surprises. At Cleveland Fiber, there's no install fee, no equipment fee, no nonsense. It's the same price every month. Visit fiber.com. A period in history that is very challenging and difficult to discern what is true, what is not. And of course, the truth is always personal, reflective based. But you are also doing this conversation today, and all of the conversations you do, at a time in history where manipulation and lies are becoming both
Oh yeah.
but also
Hey, I predicted. I predicted
so
that.
this is an urgent time in terms of people coming to know their own truth, their own power, and the power of this collective to shift you all forward into a brighter timeline other than the one that you are being offered right now by those in control and in power. So we will not say too much more, but we are aware you have a lot more questions for us. One of the questions I have is it definitely feels like we're in a very precarious time in history. Truth, um, safety, privacy, the emergence of artificial intelligence. What is what is your view of this era that we're in, and where can we look to find hope? You are in what we would call a storm period on Earth. You are having both the emergence of what we would call galactic technology here on Earth. The emergence of this technology has been
Galactic
sheltered,
technology.
hidden from you. You are
So
not
AI is
able to
galactic technology. That
access
makes
it
sense.
all. So for many people, this seems a surprisingly fast
If
time.
you could use like
But
if it
as
were up
well,
to me,
when
I would try to
technology has
create
existed for a long time,
a
systems
device, right? For people that can't talk. All they have to do is translate to AI what they're trying to say and have AI speak for them. They can just have the phone strapped on them and the AI speak what they're translating to it or transferring to it. And there needs to be a phone app for disabled people. What I mean by that is make it easier to access everything on the phone. Because different disabled people have different ways of locomotion that the body has to use. Like everybody, like all disabled people can't, obviously tie their shoes or work a normal job or open a jar of pickles or cook or clean normally. You know what I mean?
but it's also the life or the world that someone is living in. So, for example, right now there are some who are living on higher timelines on Earth, and what this means is they are experiencing more peace, more harmony. They are more in the future, where more of that has been allowed to land and be created on Earth. Then there are others who are in what we would call a hellish timeline. Your word, not a word that we have to use in the same way as you would. They are going deeply into the suffering as part of their experience on Earth, but also to illustrate the suffering that certain facets of humanity, and we would say non-humanity, like to instill upon other humans. And there is a story we've all been told about how war is normal, and it is not. It is the small few at the top who benefit from war, and
Yeah.
they drag everyone else with them. War is always about control, manipulation, and power. And humans have been fed a story that going to war equals safe. In fact, it's the opposite. So you are in a big history where multiple timelines are happening all at once. And what this also brings back is the fall of prior civilizations. This is why some of you are having dreams right now, seeing tidal waves engulf the earth or parts of the country. We understand what these means, but signaling to many of you and what we said is there are going to be, of course, certain disasters on Earth during this period of time. And we've always talked about this. We are not the only ones giving you this information. However, logically, what many of you are tapping into is metaphor. You are tapping into the metaphor of the washing away of an old world that you once knew. This is very challenging for you because even if you are intuitive and soul based, your human body doesn't necessarily understand that the future is coming. So it sees what's going on at present and it only reacts to the lack of safety, the fear that might run through your body, and also the memory in your soul of what it was like the last time civilization went down and you were here. So what you are actually cycling through, this may be a surprising or controversial take for some of you, you are cycling through a lot of darkness very fast, so that it doesn't need to play out. Now, we understand that when you look around your planet right now, you see a lot of areas of darkness, and you see a lot of archaic cultural imprints that are destroying other humans, parts of the land, in the name of whether they call it religion or political safety. None of this is coming from oneness. None of this is coming from where you originate from. There are some humans
Here we
who
go.
embody a heart of darkness.
This is
They may
matching the run I did last time.
they help that
Except my
agenda.
parents are
There
different.
are also non-humans who this agenda serves,
Ah,
who
shit.
are galactic as well, not just human and not just Earth. And that is the other thing it is about to be visible on Earth in these years you are experiencing right now. And it has already been visible. Many of you asked about when will this closure happen. It has been happening for a very long time. It is just becoming more mainstream now.
This is cool. They're talking to a medium, bro. This is cool. It's Mary. It's I forget Miriam's last name. I think it's like Blackman or something like that. But it's the woman that played Sheldon's girlfriend in uh oh my god, I can't remember the name of the show. Oh, it's Sheldon's girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I'm watching. That's why that voice sounds familiar. I love that show, and I can't remember the name of it right now because I've seen every single episode 3 times, and then I haven't seen it since the third time I watched it a couple years ago. Big Bang Theory, got it. The Big Bang Theory, got it. Big Bang Theory, one of the best TV shows to ever come out. It's like Doctor Who, Big Bang Theory, everything else. Like, oh, The Boys, and then everything else. Yeah, I fuck with The Boys. I still haven't watched all the episodes yet. I watched the first 2 seasons, and then no, the first 3 seasons, and then I gave it a break to let it catch up 2 or 3 more seasons, and then I started watching it again. That's how I like to watch my shows instead of like trying to catch every episode every week and then waiting the next week for a next episode. I try and watch. I try and wait a while after it comes out, let it build up a season or two, and then watch those 2 seasons, and then try to forget about it. Well, not really forget about it, but store it away until a couple more seasons get loaded in, and then keep going. And luckily, it's free on Prime, so you know, or Amazon. Yeah, it's free on Prime, so you know. I think every season but the newest season is free. I think it might be the newest season too. I think they're on like season 7, 8, or 6. In the boys, I am on the episode after Homelander took his son and showed him or let him play a superhero, essentially. The show what it felt like, and he accidentally killed like three people. He just threw him up against the wall and splattered them. Because at first I was like, "That's not his son." Like I was like, "That's not Homelander don't have a son. That's not his son." I mean, there's a lot of blonde haired kids out here. Like, but then I saw him throw one of the guards up against the wall. He just splattered. I was like, "Bro, okay, never mind. That's Homelander's son. That's Little Lander." That's what we're gonna call him, Little Lander, Aslander.
They are here for resources. They do not have compassion or care for humanity or other species on Earth. They are here for the resource of Earth. There is a, we will call it, fight between many different groups
You know
for
what I
control of
you know what
every
I never you know what I
resource
never understood?
out there.
I never understood why, right? You got Superman and then later on with Justice League Unlimited or whatever, you Kid Kryptonite comes into the picture with the, you know, unlimited era versus in the Teen Titans era, right? You get Kid Kryptonite. Now, I like the name, but the problem is if he's also a Kryptonian and he wears, you know, the S on the chest, you know, every, you're telling, you're reminding anybody that has fought Superman before that, oh yeah, Superman's weak, the Kryptonite, and this kid's name is Kid Kryptonite. So they're like constantly reminding their enemy what their weakness is. And I don't know if that's just a play on like, haha, I'll tell you my weakness and you still can't stop me kind of thing, or I don't know. I thought it was. I've always thought it was pretty weird. It's kind of clever though. You know, it's probably something they came up with quick. Well, we got 145 points. Hold on. No corner skills, but two straightaway skills. Great. I guess I'll give her pace chaser straightaways so she can run. And Keenan use that ability as well. What am I doing? I'm racing. I'm racing. We're racing. Mm. Sorry, motion, but the ocean is coming. I'm gonna buy that other energy container after this. Mm. Have I been running too many races? It's like I don't feel like I am, but at the same time, I feel like I, I don't feel like I am, but at the same time, I feel like I am. It's like when I run a few less races, then like my stats tend to work out better, I guess. Be more balanced like this. Like usually when I just run all the races, this kind of balance and act doesn't happen. Hmm. So am I over racing or under racing? 'Cause I mean, yeah, I know you need a whole bunch of skills, but at the same time, obviously you're gonna get a couple less skills unless just supplement and you just got a bunch of cards that give you a bunch of skill points. Epitaph, epitaph, epitaph. That was three. I wish it showed us what the epitaph is that pops up right here. Like when she gives the boost, I wish it showed you in front of her like Chill Kings or whatever. Mile breaker or mile neck breaker, whatever it's called. I didn't get that, but I'm just saying. So why am I having so much trouble with getting El Condo Pasa like this? What I need to do around her for medium for a parent run. I was gonna add this and this later, and probably compare the spirit more than likely because people are going to be running UGs, which is fine with me. That means I always have a chance to be running the same pattern as them or the same pace as them during the race. For 475 stands, how does it play out? What y'all think? Y'all think I'm gonna win this race, or do we lose it? We'll find out. I want to actually watch this. Like the time I did it with a green cap with 250 stamp, I was like, bruh, you can run every race with less than 300 stamp. During the sprint cup, yeah, I was like, bro, what? And that's before we could do this, you know, just run our own corrugated race or schedule in general. When they say purpose built. The Hemi's purpose built, boy. This is
One group that you all need to be afraid of. No, no, there are multiple bodies of control. Yeah. One of the things that you are often encouraged to do with unemployment is not to figure out how to beat unemployment, but instead be fear of it. Because even this is happening right now. Everything you can see of carrying running forces and that is part of the script that you all said in order to get you away from ignoring your wider reality. And that is fine. But the demonic forces
this
that
early in the career.
themselves as
Nice.
demonic, they are here for resources. So they do not have passion or care for humanity or any species on Earth. They are here for the resource on Earth. There is a, we will call it, fight between many different groups for control on Earth. It is not one. So many of you who are out there thinking there is one group that you all need to be afraid of. No, no. There are multiple vying for control. The positive of this is, in many ways, they annihilate each other. So this is why it will be very dark for a short period of time, or very dark things will play out for several weeks or even months. Maybe people think now we are. You will see during these coming years that things will get circumvented. Things will change very fast. Something that is very, very, very troubling for all of you. We're not saying it will not wreak havoc or cause damage, but it will switch. Such is the nature of energy now because Earth is not supposed to go down the backwards dark path. And there are enough benevolent forces galactically who will not allow that to happen. I think it has one killed the presence of a galactic force guiding Earth through the process of evolution. Maybe we're recording this at a time where it feels like we're on the brink of a World War III, and it's terrifying to hear that. And when I hear this darkness is playing out, I imagine that so many people are seeing what's happening and worried about this escalation and talk about some of the support that is available trying to help protect the higher timeline, something that has more openness and connectivity. How do people maintain hope right now that is a brighter future? Well, there is a group of people playing out on the in fact World War III could have taken place in 2011, 2015, 2021, and 2025. And what you are seeing right now, because this is what you have to understand, the amount of you that can be encouraged to fear World War III are the amount that will help make it happen. You see, you have to get
Damn.
people on board. This is the part that is hard to explain. We understand that when you are human beings looking at this through your single focus, you tend to see a world where you think you are being ushered through all of these things, whether you like it or not. The actually is collective consciousness that will go of enslaving others, the idea of using others and their energy as a resource rather than as a sovereign soul that you are in relationship to. That is at the heart of all of this. So right now, why World War III is very leading to some of the powers that be is they can get control of people. So if a world war breaks out, then it helps them put in place the control systems they'd like to see. So essentially, slavery can become a slightly more, shall we say, appealing more isn't passive. If your society, you won't know that's what's going on. We could argue that's already happening on some level, but there are enough who are now awake, who are not only building this picture, but who are getting strong for what we call activists, who are also very activated now, and they are intelligent, and they are beings who have sat across the table from these warlords in other lifetimes, so they are not afraid of them. I mean, exactly who they are. And in this lifetime, they have chosen a different path, and they have chosen to work on behalf of the light. So there are many, many souls who are ushering in the opposite to World War III. But you are correct that World War III is a desired outcome for many. But what we were saying is orphans, profit, resource, and power.
Okay.
And those are three things that these beings
I
strive
don't know if
for
that's good or
and
bad,
those
but
things
we're
within,
gonna take it.
which is why it's also
Maybe they
very
just cancel each other out.
your people wake up more and more to see this. Understand, as hard as things have been, we will say particularly since 2020, as hard as things have been to go through, it has become very clear from our perspective that you are constantly being prevented from experiencing global catastrophe. It has been slowed down at every turn so that there is enough time for more people to wake up and ask the question, hang on one second, that thing we were just told is keeping us safe did not actually keep us safe. And the more people are learning this, communicating, this is when the internet has been a very good thing. It's also why certain countries shut down the freedom of access to it. It has been a way that you've been able to work as a hive mind. You've been able to share with each other information, video footage of corruption that will not be taking place, or at least you are told it doesn't take place. But it absolutely does. We have said for a long time that politics is a very low vibration system because of the corruption in it. There are still those who are trying to go in there with the light and bring light, bring change. But actually, what needs to be seen and exposed is the shadow. But yes, you said this is the recording
Gold
of
spot.
the past
Let's
in
go.
2026. And
Give me
it is
some good, baby.
more and more coming to light.
Dang it.
People see
Ah, well,
the
it's
corruption,
something.
the corruption. And it's also time for most
Excuse me.
people, for there is a heartbreak, a trauma, and a grief they have to work through as part of this process. Even those who have heard this kind of information for decades, it is another thing in the body to feel the nervous system of the collective who are now walking through this shock and this wake up into a reality that many people
It's
didn't
like I'm
even
right
know
on
was
time for like
I'm not
I'm
sure
doing.
what
It feels like I'm doing the right
the
amount of races
in
here.
this moment that I don't know that I've ever felt on the
Hmm.
podcast
We'll see when we get to the end if I did the optimal amount of races. I don't want to over race or under race. There's got to be a balance.
it feels like the sadness that we're going through something that we don't have to mean that we're all climbing, crawling, scratching at something and we're playing out the trauma whether it is working and I know we're talking in a minute about the personal work that each one of us can do. But I'm struck by this dichotomy of the world seeing a certain project, which is bad actors in the world, and therefore we have to dominate those bad actors before they dominate us. We have to stop the pure proliferation before they use it against us. How do you get out of that trap? They lie to you about nuclei. There are many lies you are told to keep you informed. And this idea that there are, shall we say, conflicts between countries, conflicts are not as great as you might think. The agendas are quite similar. But here's the piece we want to explain: the sadness, the shock, the anger, the rage, the depression, the feeling of hopelessness. These are all temporary. These are all feelings you will move through, that will move through your system. And we would not discourage you to feel those things when and if they come. That is part of the change process and metamorphosis that you go through. People don't mind us sharing this, but 20 years ago, when people was first privy to some of this information, it took him a year or a year and a half to recover to some of what he had learned. But here is the other side of it. You are alive right now, and there are absolutely millions and millions and millions and millions of you around the world who are here to create a different vibration and here to create a different world. Before you incarnated, you knew exactly the time you were coming for. Now, as a human, we understand that the amnesia that you tend to embody as a soul when you come here as part of the program. But it was always designed that Earth was to be, shall we say, a playground or an experimental place for the group consciousness. And there have been times on Earth where that has been attempted and it has fallen. But this is the time where we will say shackles are off because of what is going on historically. Many of you look at what is playing out and you only see the horror. Now, something I talk to you about the First and the Second World War, there was progress after the World War. So we understand that when you are in a time where World War III is being completed and it comes into your media system, which is how they get you, we understand that here, as you are looking at that, we understand the heart rate as you watch brothers and sisters around the world selflessly lose their lives and to be political power research based. But you must also understand that after each war there has been transformation. So the sadness you might feel comes from a sense of powerlessness around the system you thought was keeping you safe, was holding you in place. Within that system, there has been a flourishing of human consciousness. So we do not want to paint a picture that's all bad here. We are speaking to you about the behavior of certain individuals around the world whose goal it is to create a different reality on Earth, but they are far outnumbered by the rest of you and also by those who are not inhabited in a human form right now. This conversation being one of the many examples around the world, and it doesn't always take place with words. Energy and frequency play a part. The Earth is a magnificent planet. It's a magnificent planet, but there are aspects about Earth that none of you yet know that are not allowed to be known at this time. Even we have, shall we say, guardrails around which pieces of information we are allowed to reveal at which time, not because we are withholding anything from you willingly, but because exactly what you just said, Jonathan, you feeling that intense sadness needs to be needed. There needs to be time for you to process and catch up with this experience as is true for all humans. So pieces get revealed at a time. What we are trying to tell you here is we understand that the darkness is distressing. We understand that seeing that the world you thought you were living in might not be the one that you want to see. However, we will go back to the truth. You are creating it. This conversation is not creating darkness or depression. It is here to create possibility, even if it is a little sobering for some people as we are having it. And those who do not want to believe it will just reject it. They will reject us, they will reject me, and that's fine. That is what they are supposed to do. You do not need to get on a timeline that you do not fit with. You need to be on the timeline you are here for because everyone is playing their role. But for you, as someone who cares, and as someone who does not want to think that there are dark forces in the world, we would equate it to the part of you whose heart breaks when you hear about a terrible act of violence from one human to another. Perhaps it's a friend of a friend that you hear it happens to, and you simply can't make sense of it. You think, how in a world where so many of us just want to love each other, could another human do that to another human? It is not yours to understand because they are running a very different script through their energetic system. They are playing a different role. They are playing a different game. but it is for you to come to terms with. And when you have come to terms with it, you will double down on the part of you that wants to be here to bring light, hope, and positivity. Hope is not a falsehood. Hope is an energy people build from. Hope is not just a soothing, placating energy, not at all. Hope is a future timeline that you can make possible. So, hope and care for others is a very powerful force on earth. They want you to think love is not possible. That is why you never see love in your media. You never see love in your media. Occasionally in your media, you will be shown occasional small positive things to keep you hooked. But 80% of mainstream media will show you fear-based negative things. Why? Is that the life most of you are living? No, if you are not living in a war zone, you are not necessarily experiencing an 80 to 90% negative life. If you are not going through extreme suffering or trauma in your life, you are not experiencing that. Yet your media wants you to see those things. Why? To keep you scared about your life and about your world. And that is how control happens. That is how control happened in 2020. I'm struck by this notion of wanting to surround myself in love, in hope. Many of us are getting off social media. These are, I think, for many of us, positive moves. But it's hard for me to wrap my head around things that come to light which reveal a very deep sickness. And I'm going to use an example from our current, you know, political sphere. For many of us, when we learned about the reach of Jeffrey Epstein, and when we learned about the global agreement that was made among so many in power, and the comfort with which so many people all over the world were with with ease and by the position that they've been placed in to denigrate other people, the reach of that feels overwhelming. The scope of that network feels absolutely unbearable, and many of us dismiss that as conspiracy when people would say it for decades. I've been pushing that aside, and to learn of the reach of that kind of sickness, it feels like more than you're being asked to bear, to know that exists in the world. How do we separate ourselves from something like that? Because the corruption was hidden by your power systems. So it is a fall from grace in many ways. And we will say there are those within your power systems who were not working on behalf of the darkness, they were working on behalf of the light. The other thing we'll say to you is those players in that, shall we say, story or situation, we are not saying it is false, but we are trying to find the best term for that situation. There were far less of them than there were victims. So, in fact, the level of victimhood that a small amount of individuals were able to create is what should also draw your attention. There were also many who were what we will call used in that story. There were many who were photographed, whose names were recorded deliberately so that when the reveal came of what was really playing out behind the scenes, they could implicate many who were not necessarily involved, but it was both an insurance and a security blanket, and also a way of blackmailing and bribing people. This is why we are going back to something you asked Lee on the last conversation you had. You asked him a question about those files, and he told you, because he heard our answer, that it was a smokescreen. And the reason that is being given to you is not that the story isn't true, not that what took place isn't true, but you have to ask yourself, why are you being asked to look at that now, when that information has been available for years and years and years and years and years? So, why that is revealed and what is taking place while everyone is focusing on that is where your attention needs to go. So you see, we understand that we have always said, and we are not the only voice of this, there are many voices around the world, both channeled and non and it would not be an easy process. The term conspiracy theory is a wonderful way to make someone feel like they are, the word would be crazy, insane. It is a wonderful label to place onto anything that often has at least a seed of truth in it, and in many cases is very true. But it seems so illogical and so different to the story you've all been told that dismissing it as a conspiracy theory is the best case in action, the best case in point. So we understand. Let us back up a little bit here. It is not our goal or our intent or our desire for this conversation to be upsetting, triggering, or disempowering for others. However, when you first come to this kind of information or the files you are speaking of, it is very hard if you are a feeling sensitive person to not go through the feelings. We refer to this as the purge. Even those who have known some of these theories for a long time, when they come to light and they hit the collective nervous system, at least the collective nervous system of those who are willing to look, willing to understand, willing to look into the details, it is quite the release on the body because the body has to catch up with the idea that they've been in an abusive relationship they didn't know they were in. But like all abusive relationships, when you go through the transformation of an abusive relationship and you actually start to heal the parts of you that found yourself in the abusive dynamic, what you come to is your own inner power. More and more of you are coming to your own inner power, and we put it this way: the dark only has so much power, and that's very hard for some of you to believe because the darkness clearly has its fingers in so many pockets of your world and has been able to run amok and do abhorrent acts to other human beings and not just human beings. There are other species on the planet who suffer greatly. But what we will say here is you are often told a story. It comes through your religion many times that the dark is something you should be afraid of because it is all powerful. And we would say that that is what the dark wants you to think, so that you are too afraid to realize that your light is more powerful. So you all chose to incarnate to this planet at a time that it was about to go through one of the biggest transformations in thousands and thousands and thousands of years of Earth history. You're coming back at a time where what we will call the quarantine for Earth is being lifted, which means the shadows get revealed so that the transformation can take place. Is that what COVID was? COVID was the first, we will call it, warning sign and exposure of who to believe and who not to. And this is the important piece. Look at that. Look at what took place in 2020 and look at how many of you were willing to fight each other. Look at how many of you were understandably in fear, and some of you took different sides during that whole experience, but you did target each other. There were those who were dubious about what was going on, and they were targeted by others who believed fully everything they were told, and they were ostracized. And now some of those people are more vindicated as more has been revealed about the truth of what you were told by your power systems and what was actually true. We're going to hit pause here on our conversation with Lee Harris as he channels disease, but there's a lot more in part two. So make sure that you tune in for part two of our conversation with Lee, where we continue to ask disease, what are the dark forces that seem more exposed than they've ever been here on Earth? What is the resistance to the darkness that we can be a part of to make our lives and the lives of the entire population better? We also tackle why we don't want all the systems to crumble overnight and how it has to be a gradual process to create the next version of the world that we all want to live in. Also, what does it mean to be a light warrior? And can you be part of hope, love, and an eventual solution to what we are suffering right now? We also tackle, are we interfacing already with intergalactic beings and how some of our current technology may actually have been from them? All that and more in part two of our conversation with Lee Harris, from our breakdown to the one we hope we never have. We'll see you next time. Want to make sure you're getting in the right ride every time? Turn on verification and for Adam. Your ride will only begin when your driver enters your unique 4-digit passcode. That's safety simplified. Super. We're going to get into the forest. Nobody wakes up and chooses. Today is the day they get in a car accident. But when it happens here in North Carolina, you need a law firm who knows how to guide you through the next step. Call Umamasume, who will help you get back on your feet. Always been corrupt, but now you can see it. You are souls who are born to be part of the change of evil. This is the resistance. Beware of division. Getting you to fight each other is the fastest way to get you out of your collective power. Here is how you get control. Be mindful of being asked to separate from, judge, or divide from others. Things will look dark for a while. There is a growing force of individuals who are already building the new world. Light, love, and higher consciousness is playing out all of the time. The truth is, all of you are going to die at some point. That's inevitable. Your fear of death is one of the ways they catch you. The question is, are you going to live? Hi, I'm Maya Biel. And I'm Jonathan Cohen. And welcome to part 2 of our conversation with Lee Harris, a locally recognized spiritual teacher, intuitive, and best-selling author. We've had him on the breakdown before, but this time he is channeling the spiritual guides that literally guided his whole life for the past several decades. We get to ask him all the hard questions that we've been waiting to ask. In part 1 of our conversation, we focused on understanding what channeling is and what the seas can provide us in terms of demonic forces, the earth's resources, and the possibility of World War III that so many of us want to know more about. In part 2 of our conversation, we're going to tackle the consciousness of humanity, why the system that seems to be crumbling overnight has to go slower than we might expect, and how the next 5 years will show us the rise of humanity, including the emergence of us as light warriors. We also talk about how to develop your intuition, understanding what is guidance versus fear, and how to navigate your life from a more intuitive place. We hope you enjoyed part 2 of our conversation with Lee Harris.
Highly enjoyed.
If the Epstein files are a smoke screen to distract us, what should we be focusing on? Well, we would say that is here. If we understand we do not need to be objects or play a game with you, you are in a period of history where you are beginning to see human rights eroded, taken away. That is the goal. That is the attempt and the intent. But, and this is very important, pay attention to the grassroots movements in the areas that have been most struck. The amount of people saying no, and the way they are figuring out how to say no. We have said for many years this is a revolutionary time on Earth, but it won't always look like old-style revolutions because you are in a very different time in history, and energy is different, and technology is different. But you are at a time on Earth where, as we call it, internal control starts to crumble more and more, which it will over the coming years. You as people are going to have to fill in the gaps where your system leaves the gap. So, for example, as certain systems become more destabilized, you people are going to have to figure out how to make it work for and by with yourselves. So we're not implying that whole parts of your infrastructure will disappear overnight. That would not serve anyone. You have to remember that the goal is to keep you here, but not necessarily with the freedom that you are used to. Now, that's the goal playing out right now. That is not spiritual truth on Earth. That is the agenda of a dominating force who you are now reckoning with because they are more exposed than they have ever been. So mouth a little. You as human beings who are programmed to follow exactly what is playing out on Earth right now, you believe, oh, we are trapped because our powers to be might not have our best interests at heart, and we don't know how to get out of it. And we say, you are souls who were born onto the earth at this time to be part of the change of power system on earth that has always been corrupt, but now you can see it. Now you can feel it. Now you have the tools, wherewithal, and know-how to tackle it. This is why your own personal empowerment is so important in these times. That is why we said to you, Jonathan, you feel in sadness, you know that's not comfortable for you, it's not desired. It's good. Feel the sadness, feel the grief, feel the anger, feel the rage, feel the devastation. Those feelings won't last because your will to live and your will to build a new world will kick in. That is what you are all here doing. So, yes, we are having a very sobering conversation perhaps about areas of the planet that are quite difficult to navigate right now. But what you also have to remember is the amount of angelic and energetic support that is now gathering around this planet. We have said this for many years. You are getting help, and we will call it interference for some of those lower agendas all of the time. You just will never hear about that on your mainstream news. That is why this kind of programming conversation is very important. This is the resistance. And we don't like using that term because it pulls you back into a us them paradigm. The truth is, all of you are going to die at some point. That's inevitable. You will either die of old age or you will die earlier. So death is going to happen. And you are often caught by fear of death. The fear of death is one of the ways they catch you. Well, you're all going to die. The question is, how do you want to live? And how do you want to live? Do you want to live in a world that is more free for all? This is very important. We now understand this. The consciousness of humanity has developed to such a degree that no longer are you feeding your old system outgrow it. So you think they're trying to enslave you because they are trying to quickly trap you all before you all get too powerful. No, it's already happened. It's already happened. That is why they are trying to take you down now. You've already gone beyond human consciousness in recent decades and centuries. So there are those on the planet now who are more, we would call it, tapped in. And you may not yet have figured out how to bring it to the system of the world. But what we can tell you is this. Because we understand the need for a hero or a savior. And we are not telling you a bedtime story when we say this. And we also don't want you to rely on the idea that someone's going to come in and scoop you up at the last minute and save you. But you are, in the coming years, going to see more awareness of your galactic origins. That the Earth is a part of the galactic, not just humanity, but galactic consciousness, the galactic tribe. And there are those who have already been on your planet for a very long time who are going to come to the surface a little more. Part of the problem is it is the old story that you believe in that keeps you in the story. More and more of you aren't believing the story anymore. And once you don't believe the story, your energy field can't be a vibrational match for it, which means you can't recreate the story. That's why so many right now are rushing to try and gain control. It's amazing, and I want to put some details, flesh on the bone of what you were talking about. As I understand it, to see about tracking right before moving into the empowerment, because it feels like that's where this conversation is going. But when you talk about clamping down control and then the systems are breaking down, it feels like we have to rebuild so that we can avoid control. For example, avoid everyone being monitored all the time, and technological tools being used to control the movement of people, not spying necessarily, but like tracking every piece of information. The fact that our power is centralized and media is centralized, all the systems are becoming so centralized that they then have a monopoly and they can't be challenged in any way. So it feels like there needs to be new startups, the use of this technology in order to create and ensure safety, security, privacy, the ability to move, think, share ideas so that they can't be censored. Yes, 10 to 15 years ago, we gave a message multiple times because it needed to be given. That those of you who are saying we wish the system would fall down overnight and we could rebuild something else, we said, oh no, you do not want that at all. That is not the way to go here. That would be devastation and chaos. And we said it will all play out over a much slower timeline so that you can make adjustments as you go. Yes, innovation is very important. It is why we have given Lee the pieces of information that he delivers every month in his energy updates on YouTube. That there is a growing force of individuals that you may not even know about who are already building the new world. They are already building what is going to be needed for humanity in the coming years. And it is not one way, because it is going to vary from country to country, and it is going to vary from region to region. The centralization is what you want to avoid, but we are not too fond of predictions because timelines can change. But we will tell you that globalization, the way it is desired, is not going to synthesize or synchronize because those egos of the individuals involved who think they can all team up to pull this off together, they are going to implode on each other, they are going to destroy each other. You are in the middle of watching that play out now. So power hungry are having less places to hide. And the vibration of power hunger, it would be far better, we will say this, even though we do not think this is what's going to happen, it would be far better if you all just died if that was going to play out. Because none of you will want to be here on that earth. But that is why that is not what's going to play out. But at the moment, what you are seeing is, we will call it galactic greed. It is not as earthbound as you think, and we do not say that to scare any of you or to challenge the notion that you are not living among humans. You are, but there is galactic infiltration that has been here for a very long time. We're very appreciative of all of the time and literally energy that you've been giving us. Before we return to our conversation with Lee, I wonder if you can give us some sort of support for what personal growth and transformation needs to look like in this time. What are the practical things that we can take from this information, and while knowing we don't know all of the information that's going to be coming, what do we need to be doing to prepare? A man who tried to kill our mama and a mama who wants to kill that man. Make your daddy dead. You ready? We giving you what's coming to you. Beware of division. Division means when you are asked to point the finger at a group and see them as less than, or see them as a group that needs annihilation or stopping. This has been manufactured, by the way. The pumping of different agendas on Earth to get you to be angry at what this group wants or this group needs. It has been done deliberately by certain groups who know that getting you to fight each other is the fastest way to get you compliant and out of your collective power. So you will see division. It will happen. But choose not to engage with it. Choose to find those where you are aligned. Now, we are not saying do not have constructive conversations. On the other side of what we want to share with you is it is important to communicate your truth. Not to hit other people over the head with it or that you need to be understood. But it is important that you calmly communicate your truth as you feel it and as you see it and know it. Why? The person you say it to might not believe you. They might find what you're saying strange, but 8 people later, it will lock in for them. conspiracy theories, which many would have dismissed. And now many of you are realizing, there was a lot of truth in that. Perhaps it was delivered in a way that was a little inflammatory at the time, or it wasn't quite the right style of communication. I heard that in, or I just wasn't ready. Or, more importantly, I didn't have enough evidence to support this outlandish claim as true. I think you can all admit that now, over the last 6 years, you have seen many outlandish things that pre-2020 you could not have believed possible. So you know that the gloves are on. So communicate your truth lovingly and peacefully, not to convince others,
I would have asked
not
him
to
about the
urge others
rise in
over their
AI.
head. But if you feel
What kind
someone
of
is
threat
missing
that
something, or
was?
they may need to hear what you have to say, lovingly and peacefully communicate your truth. And if they reject or fight your truth, let that be good information to you. This is not the time for us to be perhaps aligned on this or even close to each other, and that's okay. We understand that some of the trauma for some of you in recent years has been the heartbreak of the loss of friendships because of division. Montreal's breakdown is supported by Tumble Living. Why is finding a rug weirdly harder than it should be? You either pick an overpriced rug that looks amazing, but then you're constantly worried about staining it, so no one gets to go near it, then actually enjoy it. Or you pick a washable rug that looks cheap and feels kind of more temporary than anything. A rug can totally transform the look of a room, but most rugs are just not designed for real life. Well, with Tumble rugs, you can finally have both. The rugs look like beautiful designer rugs, and they totally do, but they're actually built for real life, not a museum. Having teenage boys, dogs, cats, we all know here that spills, muddy paws, and accidents are just a part of life, and that is why we love Tumble rugs. They're spill proof, they're machine washable. Before Tumble, I felt like I was constantly on my hands and knees, scrubbing stains out of rugs or chewing people away. Why did no one think of this? Keeping everything securely in place so the rug doesn't slide around. Thank you, Tumble rugs. All Tumble rugs are made with non-toxic materials. They're safe for kids, pets, and anyone spending time on the floor. I just ordered mine, and I cannot wait to show you how pretty it looks. Machine washable rugs made better. For a limited time only, our listeners get 10% off plus free shipping at tumbleliving.com/break. That's TUMBLE living.com/break. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Montreal's breakdown is supported by OneSkin. We've talked before about why OneSkin really stands out as a skincare company, and it's not just hype or their pretty packaging. It's rooted in rigorous science and research. It's my favorite thing about them. Their products are put through the ringer in their lab and clinical trials, and we love so many of their skincare products. They basically have one for every need. I love their lip restore mask because I'm all about lip health,
Little
and the body
phone.
moisturizer is great. They've really been saving my skin this winter, and my lips and my whole body have just never been softer. At the core of OneSkin is their patented OS1 peptide, the first ingredient proven to target senescent cells that
That's what I was
strive to
saying
wrinkles,
before.
fine lines, and
Every
lines.
race
They
should be
do it
like
for all
this.
skin
They
signs
should
and
have
skin
everybody
types.
in it.
These results have been validated in
So
4
we have enough
laboratory
characters where they can
studies,
mix it up.
certified safe for sensitive skin. Their products are free from over 1,500 harsh or irritating ingredients. Dermatologists tested. They've been awarded the National Eczema Association seal of acceptance by the NEA, delivering powerful results without the harsh side effects. All of OneSkin's products are designed to layer seamlessly or replace
Dang,
multiple
baby.
steps in the routine, making
Uh,
skincare easier and smarter at every age. With more than 10,000 five-star reviews, people consistently mention smoother, firmer, healthier looking skin and how easily these products fit into their daily routines, even attracting A-list fans like Jennifer Aniston and Matthew McConaughey, the latter of whom we've actually had on MTV. Founded by an all-woman team of longevity scientists with PhDs in stem cell biology, skin regeneration, and tissue engineering, OneSkin is rooted in real science and expert research. Born from over a decade of longevity research, OneSkin's OS1 peptide is proven to target the visible signs of aging, helping you unlock your healthiest skin now and as you age. For a limited time, try OneSkin. You get 10% off using code BREAK at oneskin.co/break. That's 15% off oneskin.co with code BREAK. After your purchase, they'll ask what you heard about them. Support our show. Tell them why the Alex Breakdown segment. My Beyond Springtown is supported by Mudwater. Jonathan and I are both huge fans of Mudwater. I especially love their turmeric latte, and sometimes I add agave to mine. I love how it makes me feel energized without the jitters, and I have noticed
ooh.
a difference in what's been kind of my usual brain fog. I think Jonathan and I would go so far as to say this is the best tasting functional mushroom blend on the market and with the best results. decaf coffee, which has been a real help for that afternoon pick me up. Jonathan, in particular, often gets like a little sluggish towards the afternoon, but doesn't want the full caffeine. Well, Floodwater's low cap coffee is made with organic Arabica coffee, Swiss water decaf, L-theanine, and functional mushrooms like lion's mane and cordyceps. So you get that rich, full-bodied taste that coffee lovers crave, but with only 45 milligrams of caffeine. And if you want something even gentler, the original blend is still there for you. The coffee alternative made with cacao, chai, turmeric, and functional mushrooms, plus chaga and reishi to support a healthy immune system, and caffeine plus L-theanine, one of the most effective cognitive stacks known in neuroscience. Every single ingredient in Mudwater products are 100% USDA certified organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher. There's also zero sugar and no sweeteners added. To use your mug water, you just drop the powder into your favorite mug, pour some water on it, and give it a mix. Some go wild and add creamer, honey, even CBD. There's also caffeine-free blends available. Ready to make the switch to a better ritual? Head to bloodwater.com. Grab your starter kit today. Right now, our listeners will get an exclusive deal up to 43% off your entire order plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use the code BREAK. That's right, up to 43% off with code BREAK at NUTWTR.com. After your purchase, they will ask how you found them. Please show your support and let them know we sent you.
While you are all in heartbreak, you are not the unified group. So, be mindful of division. Be mindful of where you are told to target or hate another human being. That will be popular. It's a popular device. The other side is communicate. Communicate your truth when and if you need to in a loving, calm, stable way. Focus on what is important to you here as a soul. You all came here with a soul mission, and you will feel driven and compelled to do that. It might be that you are a parent and you feel driven and compelled to be a parent right now. It might be that, for example, in your case, Maya and Jonathan, you have conversations like this that are designed to open up people's world beyond the world they thought was possible. You need to see a world of possibility. Even this conversation, which perhaps some were looking forward to and maybe didn't get the sparkly rainbows they were hoping for. Instead, they got a slightly sobering reality dose for what is playing out because it needed to be addressed. And this is the time where you're capable of it. Understand that light, love, and higher consciousness is playing out all of the time. All of the time. There are those on the planet every single day who are bringing love, compassion, harmony, and higher consciousness through their actions, through their ways of behaving, to find those people and amplify with them. The other thing I will say to you is this, and we have to be careful with this next piece, but we do not want to come you in inertia. Try to stay balanced with the different, we will call it energetic volcanoes you see going off around the world. There are energetic volcanoes going off around the world, and for that we need a political event that is distressing, or something that comes out, such as the files you were speaking about, or equally war breaks out in a certain country. We're not saying be passive or look away or bypass any feelings you have around it, but try and be patient and understand that this is a time where those things are playing out, but something else is emerging too, which is the rise of empowered human consciousness. The best thing we can say to you is, you have never seen what you are about to see in the next 5 years. And we're not speaking about the devastation that you are seeing right now in the world. We're talking about the rise of humanity. You have never seen the rise of humanity in your lifetime on Earth the way you are about to see it in the next 5 years. And it will be glorious. In many ways, you have always wanted to see humanity have to rise against. But what you will see will be quite surprising to you. There are many on the planet now who are coming into what we can only call more metaphysical powers. This doesn't mean they are magicians who can send lightning out of their hands necessarily, but energetically they can, and they do. They do it with their words, with their actions, with their heart. They are not doing this alone. You are all conduits for higher vibrational energy. So as you start to tap into more of that in yourself, and you start to shed more of your own human trauma patterns, these stories that they are trying
So
to
I'm gonna go ahead and
recycle
complete
right now
this
to hook you back in through fear, guilt, shame,
carousel
and
of
lower vibrations have
runs.
less magnetic power to you. So you of what we know and feel is rising in humanity now, you are going to see the rise of some incredibly brave, we will call them light warriors, more of them than you have ever seen, doing the extraordinary. But you are also going to have more, we will call it galactic contact. You are going to have more exposure to and interaction with the things that would have, let's say, 40 years ago, seemed like science fiction to all of those who weren't experiencing those things. But now your friends who told you that they had contact experiences in the 80s do not look quite so foolish to you. And in fact, they were some of the early experiences that are helping to normalize what is coming now. So there are many of you here, you too included, who are strong. Doesn't mean you won't have vulnerable days. Doesn't mean you won't have days where you are feeling a little flat or not as strong as you normally are. You are here for the leadership of this time. And there are many, many, many millions of you who are equipped for this time, who are built for this time. And that is why you are here. You are not here to go down a path of suffering, but you are at a junction point in humanity where some would like to try and take you in that direction. The reason they are being continually exposed is because it cannot hold.
Feel very, very lucky to get to have this conversation, and also to have me in our life to guide us this way. One of the things that people talk about, which is going to happen possibly in the next 5 years, is that our interface with extraterrestrial beings is going to become more part of this reality. Is this something that you have information about?
Yes,
He literally just
you
said,
are already interfacing with extraterrestrial beings in many ways. Much of your technology was taken from there, and in fact, the technology you are given is far behind what is possible on Earth. So yes, there is going to be more disclosure. There are going to be those who, shall we say, cover their tracks by releasing certain files that they have been sitting on for decades and decades and decades. And again, you have to ask, why are we not shown this? Why are we not in a, what we would call it, equal relationship with our leadership? You are beginning to see the corruption of the leadership, and the corruption of the leadership is also being changed. There are going to be those others who will rise and give you more positive leadership. But back to your extraterrestrial question, this is not new to any of you. This is why so many of you have been so fascinated by whether it is television programs or media that has brought you to this. But what you have to watch out for is who is controlling the information. There will be attempts to tell you a story, much as you were told some stories in
"The shark
2020
is destroyed."
about
Part
what
two.
the nature of extraterrestrial contact is with Earth. And you will have concern, is this true or is this untrue? That is going to be part of the game in the coming years. But what we can tell you is more people are awake since 2020 than ever before. We don't mean awake in a spiritual meditation sense. We mean awake to what should I trust and what should I ask more questions about before I say yes to it. So, yes, there will be extraterrestrial disclosure increasingly, but what we will also say is the realm of the soul that many have believed is purely human is actually galactic. So it is not that you are meeting aliens, as it were. It is more that you are remembering who you are and how you are connected to a vast universe. You are not a separate species in the way that you have been told you are. So that is possibly the best way we could frame it to you. But there is something else we want to add to you here. And it goes back to what we were speaking about before you asked that question, Maya. I think that is important. We understand that this conversation has been very focused on the shadow of your current world. But we want to reassure those of you who are feeling exhausted and deflated by everything going on the planet right now. It does not help you to keep looking at that information, particularly from the mainstream media, when you are deflated. What will help you in those moments is knowing you need to step back, knowing that your nervous system is not benefiting from repetitive or obsessive looking at this information, and that is sovereignty. And that is what many of you were not taught. You were not told how to regulate your nervous systems. You were just given all kinds of devices and entertainment that was designed to soothe your nervous system, aggravate your nervous system, inflame your nervous system. You weren't given the why. So this is a time where more of you are having to understand the sovereignty of your own inner being. And that is why so many have turned inward in recent years and decades. That is why the path of the soul and the journey of going within is an important pastime at times like these. It is not that you just have to always be on the front line fighting as an activist. In fact, we would ask any of you to see yourselves as either spiritual or activists. Please take care of yourselves. We observe how many of you run yourselves ragged, and it's very important to know how to fill yourself back up because this is a long game, not a short game.
That's very important. The speed and the duration. Two final questions. One very personal, one very galactic. I have this sense that in some ways, experiment may not be the right word, but that Earth is an experiment, and whether or not humanity can find a way to avoid division, to come together and find and build structures and systems that are inclusive, loving, and connected, has a ripple effect beyond Earth. That what is learned here will travel outwards and impact other civilizations, other planets, or I don't even know what to call them. Is that accurate? Is there a sense that what happens here has a larger implication? And the second part of the question, unrelated, is have William and I interacted in previous lifetimes, or is this the only incarnation?
The answer to the first question is yes, and the answer to the second question is of course we do know that. We have already given you that information through me. Last time we were with you in your presence. Of course, you two have interacted many times, but you have interacted in many different ways. You are part of each other's soul group. You have had lifetimes where you have been allies, where you have been partners or married, you may call it. You have also had lifetimes where you have been enemies. It's what makes your relationship rounded, but it also is why you create a coherent field between you for conversations like this. You are not both the same, and nor are you trying to be. You are coming towards the same realizations from very different points. Mine has more star energy, which simply means she is one who can emit. She is able to generate wattage. Even though Maya, of course, has the scholarly backbone, which is what she's leading into here, you, Jonathan, have the vibration of the energetic healer. So you are more subtle in your outward expression, but you are very tall in your soul. Stars have to, shall we say, consolidate all of their energy into their human body in order to emit and pulse out. Tall beings, such as yourself, Jonathan, are like tall trees. They stabilize for others, and it is its own skill, its own power. So between the two of you, you have both stability and outreach. That is why you are a good pair and cohesion. And some of your own personal learning and healing together has been a big part of that. For Mayan, we hope you do not mind us saying this, and we know you'll stick down if you don't mind that. For Mayan, trust has been a big life theme. She has experienced many trust wounds and betrayals in her life, and she wants to trust. And so you have been a wonderful advocate for steadiness and consistency, even when waves have occurred between the two of you. And for you, Jonathan, being able
Yeah,
to
right.
bring yourself
Yeah.
onto the earth as a grounded force and make things happen. Maya has been a gift for you in that. Well, that is effortless for her in many ways. She is one who can make things happen and generate through her star energy the ability to bring things to the planet. So we're speaking personally about you two, but anyone listening or watching can apply this to their own relationships, not just romantic partnerships, but friendships or business partnerships. You tend to be attracted to those who can help you both heal, learn, and grow, but also help you with your missions. whether it is the mission of healing a family lineage, or whether it is the mission of bringing work to the outside world. Good. A pleasure to be with you both. We will say this to all who listen that are still here and have not still please do not give up on your sense of hope or light for the future. We know this is not an easy time on Earth. We know that. But you knew that too. You always knew this was going to be part of the course. What we can tell you is you are going to see continual breakthroughs in the coming years. Things will look dark for a while, and then all of a sudden things will shift. So try not to think the worst case scenario every time a new alarm bell raises for you. Remember, fear is how you get control. So be mindful of your own fear. Be mindful that being asked to separate from, judge, or deprive from others on the planet, even if there is a being on the planet whose life you do not understand, unless you can see that they are operating from a dark place, do not let yourself be talked into separating from them, even if you are not going to be their best friend. Separating you is how you get divided. But here is the good news, as is shown to all of you who've gone through recent terrible experiences on Earth. Humans are programmed to come together when the chips are down. So when humans need to rely on each other, it is instinctive and intrinsic that they do. You have been separated from each other in so many ways that is about to change. More and more of you are coming together. So the rise of consciousness first for all of you above your heads, and just slowly then coming down through your body, through your third eye, through your throat, through your heart, into your body. So you are now becoming what we call embodied consciousness at a new level. You're all at different places. Some of you will be very in the psychic realms. Some of you will be very grounded in love in action. There is not better, so let go of hierarchy, and if you notice you're in hierarchy yourself or towards others, we implore you to do that ego work that probably comes from your lineage, to let go of the idea of superiority, inferiority, and only live in love. So, in peace, in love, and in oneness to all. Yeah, your whole head and your face, and people are only listening to it, like there's this unbelievable presence of, like in your skin, you can see it.
Valerie has been conscious the whole time. She's been messaging. Is that something that happens sometimes when information is channeled? She said she's had a persistent feeling of like feeling out of it, dizzy.
Can I offer my thesis to this? When we were talking about the evolution and the awakening of human consciousness on Earth, it feels like what's happening externally is being mirrored. There are all these mirrored systems, so each one of us is experiencing an awakening, seeing our dark side, seeing our movement towards connection, our hate, our love. And as we hear a message that opens up truth, that makes us have to face ourselves, that's a nauseating process. It feels uncomfortable because we're used to creating some sort of semblance of balance so that we can function in the world. And anytime we have to change, right, something happens for us, either it's traumatic or we get sick. When we get sick, sometimes we get knocked off our center. It's like, oh, we have to actually reset, and we need a sickness to take us out of our regular routine so we can readjust. And sometimes that's what people call upgrades. And they'd be like, oh, I got a download. I totally see things differently after you're knocked off your regular life for a while. So to me, some of that nauseousness can literally be about a clearing, a cleanse that's happening. Yes. So to answer your question, what Madam said, people do go through energy movements, but a lot of the times when I'm channeling, I'm not necessarily talking about these kinds of topics. So, for example, if I'm at one of my workshops or events, it's not usually a Q&A. There might be a 30-minute channel that's designed on helping you open your energy field. Normally, these kinds of, we're not on these topics. Also, what I've noticed is because someone said to me, oh, wow, there's these of me opening up now. And I'm like, years ago, they were
saying some of this stuff, but what I notice is when they say things, I'm like, oh wow, they must be ready to hear it now because it's coming through, it's coming out. So yes, people do go through certain things, but I would say that what we were talking about today, we were looking at some of the darkest and the shadowiest parts of our earth. So I think when we do look at that, you do come to this that, I felt sick watching everything going on in Minnesota and Minneapolis through January. I just felt sick for like 2 weeks. I felt like disconnected. This is the horror in my own system. I think we all go through different moments with that. So world events that will draw us into purging the horror. But let me say this too. Often the season is euphoric. So I think it depends where they're going. Like if they're transmitting something that's designed to help you tap into your wider energy field. No, it's not necessarily that, but I think we looked at the shadow, which I think is appropriate right now. I wonder if people watching, especially, could feel what was happening in the room because it's only after you stop channeling that I had an awareness of just how intense the energy in the room was. Like we've never had anything in this space that had had that. It's like this pulsing vibration. And as we were in it, I was like just going with it, and I didn't realize, but like we were opening up a curtain to something that was like very deep and I don't even know how to describe it. I was
I don't know. I'm very cognitive. Like I'm very
cerebral.
yeah, I'm very cerebral. I mean, I'm interested and I'm listening, but I just like the whole scenario that we're in is so fascinating to me. So I think that it's very hard for me to kind of like drop in. But I don't know. I think that there's what really resonates is this kind of wisdom. And I think you're wise, but this feels like wisdom from another place. Like there's something very kind of different, I guess, about that I definitely pick up on.
You usually don't like to talk about the evolution of the planet, meaning like the difference between us is that you like to often be very specific, and I tend to look at like systems as the bigger picture. You'll go more detail, right? And we play off really well like that with one another. We were both, when you were speaking about light warriors, we both touched on that at the same time because that was a moment where we're saying there was a personal empowerment happening. And when I say there are mirrored systems, is that each person is caught in their own version of a narrative.
Your assistant is playing mild chilies live at sea salt. He's perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to take it?
Right? Like we know that. This is not hippie. This is like psychology. We're programmed from a very young age.
Yeah, but I think that's also kind of what we were talking about with all of this darkness, is that everyone also has their own particular angle. And the thing that, I was actually talking with my son about this, when we were kids, I should have pointing at both of you come from parliamentary systems. When I was a kid, growing up in this country, like you knew that sometimes it was your guy in office and sometimes it was the other guy, right? That was kind of the extent of it. And if it was the other guy, your parents would complain about it at dinner. And if it was your guy, they'd say everything's going fine. But the world is so much more complicated, right? In terms of who to believe, who to trust. Like, I'm I'm a liberal progressive person, and also I have these beliefs. Like it feels so confusing. It feels really confusing, and I think a lot of this is there's intergenerational trauma, especially the regions of the world that kind of are lighting up. These are places that for thousands of years have had battles and hatred and war. So when you think about all of that compounded, it's very, very complicated.
Very intense. Yeah, and I'm with you. I don't like talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I end up doing it because it's part of the job. But yeah, for me personally, I can't focus on those areas for too long,
Right.
without being depleted. So I can go in, and then I have to come out, and I you know, I work more locally, like people in their energy fields. But you know, this stuff, I guess, is meant to be happening. Otherwise, it wouldn't be happening. So I just have to trust that.
Sure.
And I also feel, just as a human being, it's a really weird thing. Because there will be people who watch this show and will go, "Well, Lee Harris said this," and I'm like, "Oh, I didn't actually. I was channeling." I'm not saying I disagree with them necessarily, but I also sometimes people want to shoot the messenger, and I'm like, I can't prove any of what was just said, but I can tell you that after years and years of tracking them, and years of them giving me examples in my personal life or examples in the world that I have then watched come true, like I'm like, okay, you know, so yeah, I think it's complicated for all of us. I don't think there is an answer, and I think that's the hardest part. Like we're all wanting the answer, and right now it's more complicated than it's ever been, and it's heartbreaking as well.
I think we should spend a little bit more time on the personal evolution and people who are coming into a sense of more optimism, more connection. And what I was touching on the personal narratives is that often as we begin to look at our narratives, we begin to see are they serving me, are they true? We begin to have more optimism. We start to see broader possibilities for ourselves. Maybe you can speak a little bit to some of the transformation that you see in some of the other messages that C's have shared, because that part of the channel is really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, find the way those things. But I'll start with myself. Like I look back at who I was at 23 and how limited my mind, my feelings, my heart are compared to now. Things are more ephemeral to me now. Doesn't mean I don't have, you know, I still have my human personality. So whilst in Aries, I have opinions or whatever. But if I catch opinions now, I'm always reminded, oh, that's the opinion. You know, so I hold a slightly looser framework than I used to. And I think people who do self-development work, whether it's through a spiritual lens, like channeling, although I'm always advised if you're using channeling, make sure you're still personal development. That's me, that's my advocacy is for personal development and spirituality in tandem. There might be others who go, oh no, I just deal with the spirit, and I'm like, okay, so that's not been my path. So I can't confirm or deny, but I do see a lot of people trying to use spirituality as a replacement for personal development. And I think the two have to go hand in hand, because otherwise you can get lost in inspiration, you can bypass, you can go to magical thinking. So for me, some of the things that they help me with, and that I see help others with, is you get clearer about who you are and why you're here, and you get to be able to live with a slightly more zoomed out perspective. The biggest thing they taught me is awareness. They widened my awareness. They've taken me from, what Jonathan said to me, like, to, I say it all, that's something, but never an old yeah, they started that. But yeah, they take me from that to feeling annoyance when they go, oh, what just happened here? And with that wider lens on everything, it's also helped me look at, for example, mainstream media is mentioned a lot. I now sit emotional manipulation in an article. Someone I respect who recently wrote an article about a recent fallen spiritual teacher. And this person wrote a really good article. They had a one massive area of bias that they kept coming back to. And nothing wrong with that. But I think you have to be able to find what's clean and what's pure, what is not telling you what to think or feel, which is right for me to consider, and what is telling you what to think or feel. And mainstream media is instead what will give us no, it's the truth. kind of spell that is breaking on Earth for all of us around that spell, and that spell has to be broken so that we come back to the PR. Maybe one just says too abstract, but I hope I
No, that makes total sense.
I'm curious if you personally have more information about a question that you kind of just said yes to without extrapolating on it, the idea of Earth having implications beyond Earth itself, like an experiment playing out here. Yes, and the word experiment is a tricky one because when people hear that word, they think that means that it's some cold clinical experiment. And it doesn't. So I understand the trickiness of that word, but they have said that. They've said that we are here as part of an experiment in consciousness. They said Atlantis was an experiment in consciousness, but it fell because of hubris, ego, and an over-obsession with technology, which is why it's back as an energy of both Atlantis and Victoria returning now. So they've spoken about that at various times, but yeah, you probably, I can't recall all the details because I don't really listen to the channel. Yeah. So I hear it as it happens, and there's certain things that pique my interest that I then reflect on for my own growth. But a lot of the time, like today, I'm in service to what you two wanted to know. So my job is to let you steer them where you want to go. Or if I'm an intuitive and I'm working with you, my job is to be an intuitive conduit for you.
Yeah, and I think that's also something that we need to keep in mind. Like this is a public arena that we're doing this.
Well, you're also because I know from posting my own show, you recruit your audience.
Totally.
So you two, yes, you're asking questions that feel true to you, but I'm sure you do your job right when you put one ear on the audience.
Yeah, totally.
What I will say is they were incredibly clear with you guys about some stuff.
They're a little bossy.
They're more authoritative than I am.
Yeah.
I quite enjoy actually because I'm not normally quite so polite
Yeah.
as they are. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
It's very interesting also to watch you embody something that feels different from you. Like you just said, like it's a different tone, right? It's a different.
Yes,
it's different.
And this is interesting because I've got you here. I was, a well-known actor on the planet. One of the things that I'm
Galactically known.
pure sent from another planet. Yeah. What I was going to say is, I sometimes one of the criticisms that gets leveled at you as a channel is they go, "Oh, well, this guy is an actor." Sure. Why I always find that funny because I did act as a child. I could do a way better job. I would make it far more interesting. So I want jokes like what? Well, yeah, I don't know. I just
You could do more doom and gloom. You could,
My point is, I understand why people can't get their head around what might look like someone making something. But honestly, if I was smart, I wouldn't even tell you about the disease existence, and I would sit here and very calmly say everything they said, and you'd be like, "Wow, who's this wise galactic being?" So that criticism often gets leveled, but you could make it way more interesting. You need it to pretend to be a thing. You could pretend in a more interesting way. Like, I don't think it's very interesting to have someone sit there closing their eyes and moving their head. You know what I mean? It's kind of a bit more hand gestures, you move around, or just, like a more interesting accent or something. I don't know. But my point is, I so have compassion for the people who say that because when I was taken to a channel before it happened to me, like a year before it happened to me, I was taken to channel. I may have even said this to you on the last show. I don't blame him. I was skeptical of him.
What is it?
He was a really nice man. And he had good, and then he had all this interesting issues. I mean, you did say, and you said something to the effect of, like, why did he have to put on ideas? Yeah, because I was driving home with my friend who taken me, and I said, he's clearly intuitive, he's clearly a nice man, I liked him and his wife. Why did he have to put that whole thing on for me? And now I'm like, oh God, I'm now that guy for any other skeptic. You know what I mean? But that's also been healthy for me to, I've had to lean into, yeah, everyone is projecting on everyone all the time. And coming from the family I've come from, where we were trained to not do anything that might make the neighbors, like, what might the neighbors think? I'm like, oh, Jesus, what am I doing? You know what I mean? And that's actually growth for me because it's got me out of here or don't get me wrong, I wasn't thrilled I was coming here today, but I said yes. But I knew that today was probably going to be more intense. So I'm like, oh, great, I can't wait to go and channel on the show. No, that's not my reality. Tell us a little bit about what you're going through when you have that hesitation. Because my name and face has been put to one of these here. And so there can be attack there. Am I safe? You go through all of those things. So I've gone through all of those things all along. But yeah, it's a weird thing because it's a hard thing to stand for because you can't trust all of humanity to treat you well. Or you just can't. And I mean, you know that. And I've experienced that people will treat you, especially if you're whether you're a public figure or you're known for something, people don't treat you well. So the sensitive side of me has to walk around the world and kind of brace for that. Most people are lovely. Do you reckon that's all? I do when I go. I have a very local life, and I like it that way. But when I go to bigger places, especially if I'm not wearing a hat, yes, I wear a hat all the time. So yeah. One of the questions we get the most is about how to access intuition. People either have information, dreams, emotions that they aren't sure how to process, or they're trying to increase their ability to navigate the world from an emotional standpoint. Can you talk a little bit about just some of the teachings and your experience on what you would say to someone that they're like, are there more senses? I have my own opinion. Can I develop my intuition? How do I know if I'm being guided by fear or if I'm being guided by something that is trying to move me in the direction of forward? So my first response would be, do you understand yourself yet? Do you know what scares you? Do you know what lights you up? Because a lot of people don't. And so they'll go towards intuition or towards spirituality to try and escape their human life, their human ego. And then they're just confused about is this fear or is this intuition? Because they haven't done, whether it's therapy, counseling, workshops, self-study, videos, they haven't. Which is why I would say you've got to we all have a bag of stuff. Until we investigate that bag of stuff, we'll be living like with that bag of stuff. When we've investigated it, we go, I'm getting triggered now. And if you don't have that, you're going to be more prone to all the triggers that are out there in the world, and you're going to just get sucked in. And I think that puts you first. And this is why some people will say, less so now, but years ago, I'm starting to go, spiritual people are crazy. And it's like, well, maybe you met John, who isn't very balanced as a human being, and has gone spirituality, and is now an imbalanced spiritual seeker. And so you equated John, your most hippie spiritual friend, as, well, that's what spiritual looks like, no thanks. It's not John's fault. John just hasn't yet done the work or had the reflection or had the learning. He may have escaped his spirituality and it will work for him until it doesn't.
He's not our best representative.
No, and I just think intuition to me is a sense that we all have ways of thinking. And you don't feel it about someone, or you meet someone and you stand back at first, and it could be that you're afraid of them because they're going to challenge your worldview, or they're going to be something new to open in you, or you're afraid of them because you should be. This person's not going to go to you. This is why I will say intuition is a learning, it's not a happening. So intuition is not a happening, but one day you're just really intuitive and you can rely on it accurately. You have to study. You have to study your own intuition over a period of time. Make observations about when following your intuition helped you, when it hindered you. Be honest with yourself about your own programming and how clear you are about that, which is why I'm an advocate for personal development, and it's why I won't be a channeler only. I was adamant when I started this work. Many people wanted me to just channel and not do the energy teaching. I do, but no, at least for me, my role is to bridge those two worlds. So I bring channeling into my work, but I also hold space for personal growth and personal development. There are brilliant channelers out there who just do the channeling. There are brilliant personal growth people out there who just do that. We're all different. We're all made different.
We spoke to Darolinka Bashar. Do you all know each other? I'm saying, like, did the disease know Bashar?
Yes. Well, I didn't know that.
Right.
That makes sense to me.
Right.
Because if you think about it, it's all much more known up there. But yeah, I know some of the channelers who are out there. I know some personally. I'm friends with some.
Do you let your guys talk to each other? That's the first thing I would do. I'd be like,
what would they want to ask each other on the level of words? It's sure they can have conversations without going through this translation system. So I would say it's like a talk show panel, different. You know, a friend of mine called Wendy Kennedy, who's a great channel with the aliens. She and I used to do events together, and I know she's also collaborating with other people where we would kind of be on a panel, channel panel, yeah, which is a great term. Like Rob Gautier organizes these wonderful channels of people. They do events. I think past ones they've got Daryl has done those. That's where I met Daryl backstage once. Yeah. And they just offer a little bit of a different perspective because I would imagine they're each representing either a different timeline or a slightly different part of the intergalactic experience, and so you're getting a little bit of a different perspective. Yes, it's like not every, Tony Robbins isn't for everybody. Mel Robbins isn't for everybody. But different people are, we're all, like we all have different friends.
Tiene 1988, Camarojo, Puerto Rico. $1.2 on the 7th of October. Someone's convicted as a pedophile. Would you ever take your family to their island? Absolutely. Okay.
Y'all taking this issue that real victims have gone through, and it's almost like politicizing it for personal political agenda.
But certainly you don't think Thomas Massey and I've done this, right? We always had this.
Was this certain degree, or was this energy when you first came in?
There was steps involved. Was Giovanni was President? Well, you did it because Nancy and I forced his hand with the. Well, so why didn't you force Giovanni's hand? Donald Trump has done more to his first time. Giovanni never did. On a 1 to 10, how much do you trust me? You released files, so I'm giving like a 6 or 7. That's not bad. Yeah, no, that's really good. Yeah, Massey, I'm like an 8 or 9. No? This may be the most controversial thing we have on this table. This is a peptide that actually torches belly fat at a disproportionate rate. And what we found is not only do patients lose an incredible amount of weight, but they also get the best improvements we've ever seen in their liver health. It's absolutely wild. And I think this is going to be a $1 trillion drug when it comes out. I'm Richard Saito, professor of neurology at George Washington University. And path of the righteous man is beset upon the iniquities and the tyranny of the wind. West Virginia, I'm a dog panty. Most weekend, all of the dark sides of America. It's horrible. People lost everything shocked. What the hell happened here? We call this false status of addiction. Well, you know, it's so wrong. I mean, we definitely need to see everything is, literally everything's gone. Oil, wood, water. Yeah, this was the town of towns. What the hell more like? What a risk. In all crazy stories, philosophies, ideologies, something nonsense. You want human to help me, it is simply another way. Oh, people think was celebrities, CEO, housing, all fun way to create good, good word. So I'm other program as well. Monkey became a land to I'm a reply. I'm slash YouTuber. I'm very excited today to be playing Demon Block, which is not the name what you can play right now. Exclamation point Demon Block on Twitch or exclamation point Demon Block in the chat. I don't know why I said that is studio links, but there will also be a link in the description. Here's a second. There comes a moment in every empath's life when something inside them goes completely silent. The UFO phenomenon has gone from fringe to mainstream in the last 6 years. Once regarded by lawmakers and the media as part conspiracy theory and part science fiction, the phenomenon is now being studied by the Department of Defense, NASA, the Office of Intelligence, and multiple other parts of the US government and military.
When you're younger to be done, you set the standards out. Take on the challenge from the walk outdoor power equipment, industry leading performance, reliable power, wind, and breathe. So you can focus on your decision in every task. Finishing the work is just half the job. For you, the real achievement is getting it done right. So rise up the road.
Available. The UFO phenomenon has gone from fringe to mainstream in the last 6 years. Once regarded by lawmakers and the media as part conspiracy theory and part science fiction, the phenomenon is now being studied by the Department of Defense, NASA, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and multiple other parts of the US government, military, and intelligence community. The UFO community talks enthusiastically about disclosure, firming their belief that the US government knows that we're being interacted with by an extraterrestrial presence and has in its possession proof of this, wreckage of UFO crashes and deceased alien pilots. But if all these rumors and conspiracy theories are true, why doesn't the US government just tell everyone? Two possible answers occur to me. Firstly, there's a backstory. Simply put, there's no difficulty. The president live television that starts with remarks along the lines of, "My fellow Americans, people of the world, we are not alone." But if the US government has known about this for decades and actively suppressed the truth, perhaps even killing me to keep the secret, as some whistleblowers allege, then there are various legal and constitutional issues that arise. Law breaking, lack of proper congressional oversight, and so forth. The second possible reason for not simply disclosing an alien presence relates to technology. One of the few good assumptions we can make about visiting extraterrestrials is that they'll possess technologies orders of magnitude above and beyond anything we have, not least because of the extreme difficulties of viable interstellar travel. And such interstellar travel technologies will almost certainly involve propulsion systems that involve the generation of vast amounts of energy, something that can almost always be weaponized. We wouldn't want such technologies to fall into the hands of an adversary like China or Russia, a terror group like ISIS, or a mentally deranged individual who might use such technologies for nefarious purposes. But arguably, in both these scenarios, the story could be modified. The central truth of an alien presence could be announced without disclosing the backstory or the details of specific technologies that we've acquired or figured out. In other words, you could ring-fence these aspects of the narrative and hold them back. There ought to be nothing classified about an alien presence in and of itself unless there's something else, something terrifying, something from the abyss, so to speak, a secret too terrible to be told. So come with me, if you dare, and let's explore the dark side of the UFO phenomenon. Let's start by applying Occam's razor, which suggests that in any given situation with multiple potential explanations, the simplest explanation is usually the most likely one. So rather than citing gods, devils, angels, demons, or extraterrestrials, let's cite two demonstrably real threats, the Chinese and the Russians. Is it possible that the UFO technology we see in our skies and under our oceans belongs to an adversary such as Russia or China? If it is, the situation we face, extrapolating, for example, from the testimony of US Navy pilots who have interacted with these UFOs, is one where an adversary has made quantum-leap breakthroughs in aerospace and submarine technologies. In such a scenario, an enemy is already in possession of aircraft, drones, missiles, and other vehicles that are capable of speeds, maneuvers, and accelerations that make the cutting edge of our own military technology look like children's toys. If this is a true assessment of the situation, maybe this is the secret too terrible to be told. That, contrary to the narrative about the United States being the world's preeminent superpower, we've been overtaken and are in second or third place, Or even worse, if aliens did indeed pose a threat. But would we, could we, say so? Again, let's imagine if and how a presidential announcement could be made incorporating this reality. My fellow Americans, people of the world, we've solved the UFO mystery, and it turns out that we're dealing with Russian and Chinese technologies that represent quantum leap advances over anything that we possess. Our position as the world's preeminent superpower has now been lost, and we face a range of aircraft, drones, and missiles that are hypersonic, completely stealthy, and have other capabilities that render them first-use weapons of mass destruction against which we have no defense. Would any president say such a thing? Of course not. In such circumstances, even if the assessment of the situation is correct, it would be an admission that would never be made public. Firstly, because we wouldn't want to disclose to an adversary that we were defenseless, even if we were. But secondly, because such an admission would cause panic and would fundamentally undermine the American people's trust and confidence in their own government. In such circumstances, maybe the US government would construct a false narrative in which the unexplained aspects of UFO sightings were played off and the assessment about adversary technologies was hidden. Perhaps the authorities would allow speculation about the extraterrestrial hypothesis to take hold, even to the point of launching a deception operation using intelligence community personnel, serving and retired, to create a false narrative around such a possibility. Might this explain why so many of the whistleblowers and ex-government commentators on UFOs have intelligence community backgrounds? Essentially, it's possible they're creating a false narrative around extraterrestrials to hide a decidedly terrestrial explanation. If this sounds far-fetched, it shouldn't.
I want to check something right quick, because I'm pretty sure just by watching, I've been watching the bonuses at the end of the race. I'm correlating the bonuses at the end of the race to if you click on training, if you have a rainbow for it. For instance, the last 2 or 3 races, I tried to make sure I had a wit on my race character, and all 3 times she got a wit race bonus. So, side games, you did something very smart here that not a lot of people's gonna pick up on. But so what you've done was you've correlated the race bonuses with whatever cards are rainbow. And if multiple cards are rainbow, then it randomly chooses one to buff. But here's the only question with that. Why do we get so many guts buffs then? Ah, I guess the guts buff is like whenever you don't have a rainbow at all, it just randomly buffs one skill. Let's see. Let's see on this. See if I can prove this further.
The idea of alien invasion is an old
Whoa,
concept.
whoa, whoa.
The classic H.G. Wells story, The War of the Worlds, written at the end of the 19th century, deals with hostile Martians who invade Earth. As Wells writes, no one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. He goes on to say, yet across the gulf of space, Minds that are to our minds as ours are to those of the beasts that perish, intellects vast and cruel and unsympathetic, regarding this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. In 1938, Orson Welles adapted the novel into a radio play, and while the effects are a matter of some historical dispute, there are reports that its broadcast in New York was perceived by many listeners as genuine and led to widespread panic. The supposed reaction to this radio broadcast continues to resonate and may still be a factor when it comes to government policy on UFOs. There's a wide belief that government fear and panic in the streets is one of the main reasons why policymakers advise the government against disclosure. The hysterical reaction to COVID-19 may have reinforced the view that people can panic in the face of the unknown. In reality, most people weren't necessarily at risk of serious healthcare outcomes unless they were elderly, immunocompromised, or obese. Yet, hysteria resulted, and we closed down the world. If we can't handle a new respiratory disease, could we really handle hostile extraterrestrials? In Jeff Wayne's 1978 musical concept album, words of H.G. Wells were updated somewhat for a modern audience and narrated by Richard Burton, began, "No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless worlds of space. No one could have dreamed we were being scrutinized as someone with a microscope studies creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. Few men even considered the possibility of life on other planets, and yet, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely they drew their plans against us." In 2005, Tom Cruise took on the aliens, with Steven Spielberg directing a Hollywood science fiction blockbuster version of H.G. Wells' classic story. And in parallel with all this, we've had Invaders from Mars, Earth versus the Flying Saucers, Independence Day, Mars Attacks, Edge of Tomorrow, Battle Los Angeles, and many, many more. In most of these films, the aliens are eventually defeated. Sometimes they fall victim to terrestrial microbes, or other times the aliens have their defenses taken down by a computer virus, uploaded via a laptop. Nice to know that despite incompatibilities between Macs and PCs, terrestrial and extraterrestrial operating systems are compatible. And most times, human bravery, ingenuity, and dogged determination manages to win out. That's Hollywood for you. And human nature too, perhaps. We like to think we're special and invincible, but in the real world, forget it. Look at human history. On occasions when a less technologically advanced civilization encounters a more technologically advanced one. In 1532, the Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro and the 168 soldiers under his command defeated thousands of Incas. The internationally renowned physicist Stephen Hawking famously warned that if aliens visit us, the outcome would be much as when Columbus landed in America, which didn't turn out well for the Native Americans. In these terrestrial examples, the technology gap is perhaps only a few thousand years at most. In North America, Europeans encountered in the Native Americans an essentially Stone Age culture. But if humanity encounters extraterrestrials, we might find ourselves interacting with a civilization not a few thousand years ahead of us, but a billion years ahead of us. Their technology would be, to borrow a phrase from science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, indistinguishable from magic. and the aliens would be indistinguishable from gods. How could we fight back against a civilization that, if it chose to do so, could crack our planet open like a nut? What if this is exactly what we're facing? Or what if it's what policymakers in the United States believe we might face? Some people think Hollywood is complicit in a government campaign to use science fiction films and TV shows to acclimatize humanity to the possibility of hostile aliens. For my part, I know from my own direct experience in the UK Ministry of Defence that there are elements in the Defence Intelligence staff who have at least considered this possibility of potentially hostile extraterrestrials undertaking surveillance of Earth. A now declassified document from 1995 stating, if the sightings are of devices not of this Earth, then their purpose needs to be established as a matter of priority. The document then went on to speculate as to possible motivations for such visitation, and mentioned scientific study as one possibility, and military reconnaissance, a direct quotation, as another. Given that military reconnaissance is often the prelude to hostile action, this was an intriguing and rather disturbing statement to find in a government document, telling them and possibly giving some support to theories about crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs. The document went on to say, we could use this technology if it exists. The phrase, no apparent hostile intent, which appeared earlier in the same document, is interesting, because it's not as definitive as one might expect such a document to be, given the very specific US and UK public denials about UFOs. Bear in mind, of course, that this was a highly classified document that the author probably thought would never see the light of day. And yes, I know the individual wrote it. He was a level-headed and able intelligence officer with years of experience. I must say, though, I'm slightly surprised it was declassified. But the word apparent leaves the door open. UFO researchers who talk about there having been hostile encounters which led to the loss of military aircraft will doubtless see in this document some validation of their theories. In this document, the phrase military reconnaissance is particularly interesting for two reasons. One fun, the other serious. The fun reason is that, continuing with the theme of science fiction, the idea of a war of nerves between humanity and an alien civilization is the central theme of the classic 60s British science fiction TV series Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons. But the serious reason is that military reconnaissance, a war of nerves, is entirely consistent with what's been unfolding in the US over the last few years, as we've seen in various DoD and intelligence community reports, congressional briefings, legislation, leaked videos, and whistleblower testing.
What new info what new info you got? What new info we got? It's kicking me back to the title page and said we got new info. Okay.
Sometimes accompanied by stories about missiles having been switched off, or in one terrifying case from Ukraine in 1982, nuclear missiles being put into their pre-launch sequence. That's a very real example of the dark side. If not, here's a variation on the alien invasion theory. They are already here.
Did it just shrink the scout pool? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's okay. They got rid of the other. Why'd I have to download data to get rid of those cars?
Genetic modification, the construction of humaniform robots, mind control, evolutionary development that incorporates mimicry? However it might be done, Hollywood, of course, has already considered it. You've seen humans killed and replaced by alien organisms that copy their appearance in Invasion of the Body Snatchers and the 1982 science fiction horror crossover film The Thing. And we've seen an alien civilization disguise themselves in human form in TV shows like The Invaders and in movies such as They Live. Invasion of the Body Snatchers and The Invaders, made in the 50s and the 60s respectively, have been interpreted as reflecting US paranoia about communist infiltration. And the 1988 movie They Live resonated and still does, particularly with conspiracy theorists who see it as an allegory for the world being ruled by hidden elites and of the way in which the elite manipulate the rest of society into being mindless consumers. But in all of this, the central premise is that the aliens are already among us. The enemy isn't just at the gate, they're inside. It's just that we don't know it yet. There's a dark side here too, and a rather different one. Because while the idea of shape-shifting reptilians secretly ruling the world lends itself to comedy, it's sometimes thinly veiled anti-Semitism, especially when linked to ideas about a small group of influential families and international bankers running the world. But returning to the idea of aliens among us, it makes perfect military sense, because infiltration, particularly in relation to leadership, is a way in which an invasion can perhaps succeed without a shot being fired. The war would be lost before any battle could start. Diving deeper into the idea of hostile extraterrestrials, another dark side possibility relates to the idea of a super predator. This also ties in with dark forest theory, one potential solution to the Fermi paradox, popularized in the 2008 sci-fi novel The Dark Forest by the Chinese author Liu Cixuan. The Fermi paradox addresses the question of why, if life arises quickly and easily in the universe, we haven't seen unequivocal evidence of it. Simply put, where is everybody? The question was reportedly asked by the physicist Enrico Fermi in 1950, following a discussion he was having with some other physicists about UFO reports and the feasibility of faster-than-light travel. In the dark forest solution to the Fermi paradox, the answer to the question, where is everybody, is that they're keeping their heads down. In other words, there are multiple civilizations in the universe, but they're not making open contact or taking any action that would make them detectable and thus give away the location of their homeworld. But why? What might the danger be? One answer is a super predator species. A species, perhaps biological, perhaps AI, that has evolved to be so deadly that it poses an existential threat to all life in the universe. Perhaps their reasoning is that all other civilizations, or even primitive life that might one day evolve into a civilization, might, at some point, pose a threat. While it's possible to envisage a biological species thinking like this, perhaps it's easier to imagine a post-biological intelligence pursuing this course of action. It's a reasonable assumption that such a post-biological intelligence, AI, created by extraterrestrials, which had then surpassed its creators and perhaps exterminated them, would be programmed to survive. Such machine intelligence might logically conclude that any other life, however primitive, might one day evolve to the point where it might pose a threat. In a literal, logical way, it might therefore decide that to minimize the threat and thus maximize its own chances of survival, it should preemptively exterminate all other life so as to prevent it ever reaching the point where it might pose a threat. In this hypothesis, the universe is like a dark forest where civilizations stay silent to avoid danger. A related idea to the dark forest hypothesis is the berserker hypothesis. This variation of dark forest theory posits that a civilization, for the purposes of the theory, doesn't matter if they're biological or post-biological, has reached the same conclusion that we've just explored, that one day another civilization might emerge that poses a potential or actual threat. And it devises the same strategy: exterminate any such civilization before it can evolve into one that can pose such a threat. In the berserker hypothesis, such extermination is achieved through the mechanism of von Neumann probes. Such probes are named after the mathematician and physicist John von Neumann, who thought up the concept of a small, self-replicating spacecraft that would explore and colonize the universe. Scientists and science fiction authors alike seized on the idea, and we see it, for example, in the Stanley Kubrick movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, based on the writings of the visionary science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke. In the movie, the mysterious Sentinel is essentially a von Neumann probe, and these self-replicating machines have been seeded throughout the cosmos by an alien intelligence to be activated when they see certain signs of intelligent life. In the berserker hypothesis, these probes are programmed to destroy emerging life before it can pose a threat to the superpredator species. If either the dark forest hypothesis or the berserker hypothesis are true, this would certainly fall squarely within the definition of a dark side. And if the government knows or suspects this is the case, this would fall within our definition of a secret too terrible to be told. What other solutions to the UFO and alien mystery might, if disclosed, also reveal a truth that could be shattering? One possible answer is simulation theory. First articulated by philosopher Nick Bostrom and popularized in the Matrix movie franchise, simulation theory posits that the observable universe, us, and everything that we perceive as reality, is in fact just a simulation designed by a higher order intelligence. As simulation theory has evolved, there are several versions of what that higher order intelligence might be. In Nick Bostrom's original premise, the idea was that in our future, technologically superior humans, post-humans, would be intellectually curious about their ancestors and would effectively resurrect them by creating simulations. But it's possible to envisage variations on this theme where the higher order intelligences aren't post-humans, but are extraterrestrials. Does it even matter? If we aren't real, if we're just constructs of a computer program, whoever or whatever the programmers may be, does it change things? Key take-home is that we're just binary bits, lines of code. We're not flesh and blood creatures, we're just digital creations in someone's cyberspace. Appropriately, given that Bostrom is a philosopher, it's a philosophical conundrum when we consider whether it matters or not if we're real. If a false reality is indistinguishable from the real thing, it's like the debate over whether artificial intelligence can become sentient. At the point at which AI is indistinguishable from sentience, even if it isn't really self-aware, does it become a moot point? We should probably treat it as if it's sentient and, for example, give it personhood rights, because we can never be sure that it isn't sentient. Simply put, in a purely philosophical question, if something is a perfect copy, is it really just a copy? Is it just as real as the original? Perhaps the difficulty here is the word real. Interestingly, there are a number of well-known Silicon Valley tech billionaires who buy into simulation theory. I am aware that a number of these individuals have been quietly funding scientific research and investigation into simulation theory with a specific focus on what I can only describe as attempts to bust us out of the matrix. Perhaps, having achieved everything they can in this simulated reality, they want to confront the programmers and say, I figured it out! We escaped! What's next? The point is this. In our search for a secret too terrible to be told, does in May of 1988, Gabarojo.
Background noise. I think my beautifully enhanced voice.
For over 130 years, Trier University has been making education affordable and attainable.
In May of 1988, Gabarojo, Puerto Rico, Amaury Rivera was going through some photos his aunt had developed, which she had taken on his Kodak Instamatic just a few nights earlier. But as he flipped through the photos, his heart suddenly sank, as the memories of that morning came rushing in. Amaury had remembered that on his way home at 4:30 that morning, he had been taken from his car by strange beings, and when returned, he saw a giant floating disc in the sky, surrounded by military jets. In a daze, he reached for his camera and snapped these pictures. And the story, folks, gets weirder. This is the story of Amaury Rivera.
Hey, thanks for the toll-free line. Love the show. I'll try to make it possible. My family has a child called Alamo, Nevada. Measuring it, my grandparents' cattle ran the exact 36 miles due east of the runway, and there's just one. One Christmas, we went up into the mountains by sledding. On the way down, it got dark, and steep feet between Granite Valley for Alamo and there's just one on the side. We observed a very bright light coming up the came to a stop sign, stopped us next to it. And this light, unbelievably bright, several, probably 60 miles away, in an instant went from up the mountaintop and directly above us. The light was so bright, filled the entire cabin. You could see anything. It was there for seconds. And then right back over the same spot as that, however many miles away, and then their bigger slope went down behind. Which is pretty interesting.
Collective effervescence. This refers to the intense energy, unity, and emotional uplift people feel when they come together in a group. You might have felt this feeling if you've ever been to a concert or went to the movie theaters recently, or even witnessed something amazing like the moon landing. It's this indescribable feeling that you get when you're surrounded by people who are all sharing something in common. And that feeling is definitely present during the It's Probably Nothing live show. Folks, we have officially booked a North American tour with 15 cities currently, and we'll be adding more cities as we move forward. The live show will be hosted by myself as well as a variety of co-hosts and a bunch of special guests, including audience members that tell some of the most amazing stories I've ever heard. There's plenty of fun to be had, and a whole good time awaits you. So check out the link below. You can go to itsprobablynothing.com to secure your tickets early. Check out the VIP package if you like. Those usually sell out pretty quickly. And I can't wait to see what type of shenanigans we're going to get up to. And I can't wait to meet all of you on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debrief. My name is Chris Ramsey. Today we're going to be taking a look at Amaury Rivera's story and the photos that I purchased at this auction here, which you can see of this fighter jet surrounding this flying saucer. Now, according to Amaury, these are multiple jets. These photos were just taken in different intervals, and the jets eventually just kind of separated and went their own way. Very, very strange story. He also felt and heard this beep in his head as he was taking the photos. He felt compelled to. It was very, very strange. This is a very credible case that involves future messages of global destruction, warning, so much so that Amaury actually ended up becoming a doomsday prepper because of those messages. Now, I'm trying to reach out to Amaury with no luck, but today we're going to be reading through his book. We're going to start in chapter 2, and this involves him being taken by these little beings. It also talks about the multiple projection images, these sort of holograms that he was shown by the alien beings and what they signify. But before we do that, folks, a quick word from our sponsors. As somebody who creates content on a weekly basis, my workflow has to be absolutely streamlined. I have no time to muck about going through, thousands of potential AI renders, which is why I really enjoy using Higgsfield Cinema Studio. If you've noticed, we use a lot of that sort of AI in this video because I can't actually recreate alien abductions. Believe it or not, there's nowhere to get actual alien abduction B-roll, so you have to create it. Using Higgsfield Cinema Studio has been a game changer for me. The process is super easy. You render a photo based on the story that you're telling, and then you drop it into Cinema Studio, and you can choose the camera movement, you can choose if there's audio, you can choose the duration of the clips, and it will make this cinematic version of this story that you're trying to tell. And the best part about it is that you don't have to do this 1,000 times. Like, the accuracy and consistency is far greater than anything else I've used so far. So if you're a creator or you just want to mess around with some, AI creativity, go over to Higgsfield. I'll let the link below and let me know how you get on. And thank you to Higgsfield for sponsoring this video. And folks, don't forget to check out area52.shop for the latest drops. We always got new things going on over there. If you want to find a way to support the show, you can do so by becoming a member, purchasing something on the website, or simply leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on these videos. Without any further ado, folks, I think we've paid the bills at this point. Man, it feels good to be back here in the office. Let's just get into it. First time shooting with these cameras, by the way. These are the new FX3 cameras. They're looking pretty good. I hope the sound and video quality is up to par. Always trying to improve what we're doing here at Area 52. So chapter 1 begins by basically just talking about how he got to Puerto Rico. He also lives in New York City. He speaks English. There's, in fact, an interview with Amaury where he kind of goes into detail about this, not as much as the book, obviously, but about his experience.
On my way back home, I encountered two small beings, two small strange men, which I didn't think were men from outer space. And they took me somewhere where there were other people besides myself, other human people, like from Puerto Rico, I guess. And from here, another human being showed up. He claimed to be from a distant planet. He was dressed in black. He had a dark skin. He had long black hair up to the shoulders. And he spoke to us with the mouth, verbally, and no telepathic speaking.
And to me, it seems, credible. Why would you make this up only to be mocked and ridiculed, and then only to pack your stuff up and leave civilization to sort of become a doomsday prepper? That doesn't seem economically or financially feasible, or like some type of get-rich-quick scheme that I'd want to be a part of, I assure you. So interesting behavior, if not true. Now, these photos came to me by way of an auction, and they were originally in the hands of Colonel Wendell Stevens.
just very, very interesting photos. Remind me a lot of the Calvine UFO sighting. I mean, just incredible. All right, folks, chapter 2, here we go. My cousin, who was always listening to her radio, had heard that the salsa orchestra called El Gran Combo was going to be playing at Casablanca. That was a bar that he worked at, by the way. She called me immediately and asked if I could do her a favor. Since she mentioned El Gran Combo, I thought that maybe she wanted me to get her tickets or something for the show. However, she only asked if I could take some pictures with her camera. I didn't have a choice since she gently reminded me that she had gotten me that job. In truth, I said yes, hoping that she would forget about it, but unfortunately she didn't. That night I arrived at the club, my dear cousin's camera, one of those cheap Kodak 110s. To make matters worse, she had given me one of El Gran Combo's records so that every member would sign it. I remember well that night. Again, forgive the translation here. This was translated from English into, or from Spanish into English, so there might be some, mix-ups there, lost in translation type deal, so forgive that. I remember well that night since the place had never been more packed. All the mothers were elegantly dressed and accompanied by their significant others, and there were floral arrangements everywhere. The tables were decorated with white sheets, candles, small arrangements. The place smelled like flowers and perfume, which gave me allergies. There were only 4 of us waiting tables, and every customer wanted to be served at the same time. Fortunately, some of the people there, including the mothers, transformed into monsters after a few drinks. Only a fellow waiter knows what it's like to walk through a room packed with people carrying a tray of full drinks. And as someone who's waited tables myself, I do understand the struggle, especially in a dimly lit area with inebriated patrons. Now, also to be noted, Amori's not a writer, and he says this in actually the preface of the book or the foreword. He's like, I'm not a writer, I'm just trying to convey the story for humanity's sake. So keep that in mind as well. It's not, I don't think he's written a book since this book, or before. Panic can instill if when you get to your table, someone from another one pulls you by the arm carrying the drinks to tell you, waiter, another beer. To sum it up, that night was hell. Women who had way too much to drink insisted on dancing with me. They didn't want to hear about the rules of my workplace. They still wanted to dance even with me having a full arm of drinks. It was difficult to take pictures of the group. I managed to get some while they were playing, and others when they were on break. I must confess something that my cousin is not going to like. I left the record behind the bar, but I told her that all of them had signed it, but someone then stole it. The truth is, I didn't have the courage to go up to them and ask that each would sign the record. She got mad because she thought I'd stolen the record, but she was happy when I brought her camera back. By closing time, I could barely stand on my feet. Also, I looked like I'd just gotten out of a sauna, clothes on and all. I called it a night after emptying the ashtrays and organizing my tables. Afterwards, I went to the bar to get my cigarettes and the camera, but I left the record. I knew that when I came back, it wasn't going to be gone. Now that I think about it, I actually didn't lie when I told my cousin her record was stolen. I headed to the parking lot where the partying continued. There were couples everywhere. It was 4 a.m. and these people were still at it. At the time, the women didn't look so elegant, the men were not behaving like gentlemen. I walked through the crowd to my car like a zombie. I only had one thing in mind: getting home. Finally, I got to my car, anxious to leave. Little by little, the other cars started to head out. I placed the camera in the glove compartment. I turned the engine on and I took off as usual. I took the main road, road number 2, till I reached the intersection that took me to La Bajura. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, by the way, but I don't want to say La Bajura, so there you go. Once I started heading down this sector, I noticed a dense fog on the road, very thick and white. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I'd gone through the same area around the same time, 4:30 in the morning. Now, something interesting to note is that the dense fog does come up quite a bit, and I'm reminded of the story of Sergeant First Class Jeremy Weeks when he was on his way to Colorado Springs with his family and also encountered a dense fog right before
a UFO flew over the car, and there was some missing time. So keep that in mind.
What is it about Chamberlain University that makes our nursing students so successful? The opportunity to learn from anywhere, with support that comes from everywhere, and the promise that no matter where you're from, we'll get you where you want to go, with professors that guide you forward and a community that has your back. Our culture of care and support gives every student peace of mind and know that you've got this and we've got you. That's what you can expect from the #1 largest nursing school in the country, Chamberlain University. Belong to something greater.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels.
With Daydreaming. Find it on Poshmark.
No. Money can't buy happiness. Everyone knows that. But it can give you a professional grade air grinder, along with every other tool you need to rebuild that motorcycle. And when you fire that baby up, it'll make you so happy you'll have rays of sunshine coming out your wazoo. Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
I was driving slowly, paying close attention to the road. My thoughts at the time were of possibly encountering an animal on the road and preventing an accident. Also, I thought of pain in my feet, what I'd fixed myself to eat when I got home. All of a sudden, I heard a noise, as if someone or something were running close to my car and was trying to catch up, pull right next to me. Everything happened very fast. I heard the steps and thought it was some kind of animal, and out of the corner of my eye I perceived a movement on my left-hand side. Turned my head, and what I saw was not a cow or a lamb. Mine didn't know what to think. Boy with a costume? But at this hour? Midget? No, it can't be. I thought to myself, its head, those eyes. No, even the mouth. Nothing was... Go away, I told myself. Something like a bizarre little man running beside the car. In my panic, I intended to hit the gas, but I hit the brake instead. The car came to an abrupt stop. I looked through the windshield, wanted to keep going far away from that place, far from that strange creature that was running beside my car without taking its strange eyes off me. I couldn't do this, however, because now that being with the enormous head was right in front of the car on the right side, walking towards me. From the thought, the right headlight of my car was now on him, making it look even more grotesque. Its pale skin was reminiscent of a clown makeup. It was wearing tight-fitting clothes, olive green in color. Clothing didn't shine or had any distinct features other than who or what was wearing it. Its arms were proportionate with its body, which was about 3.5 feet tall. I thought to myself, how could it ever reach that side of my car so quickly? In response, I heard another noise beside my door. There was the creature beside me again, but much closer. Then I realized that there were actually two creatures, or people, or demons, or whatever. I felt them opening the door. I couldn't take it anymore. I found myself paralyzed. I don't know if it was fear, sheer terror, or something else, but I simply couldn't move. Again, everything happened very quickly, in a matter of seconds. I couldn't handle it anymore, and I fainted. I want the reader to know that at the time, never did it cross my mind that there was a possibility these could be extraterrestrial creatures. The subject never really attracted my attention. I thought they might be monsters or demons, but never beings from space. When I came to, I was still in my car, confused. When I looked around, I thought I was in some sort of underground parking. I say this because that place was not outside. There were other cars there, another 10 or so. There were no doors or signs. It was subtly lit, and light gray in color. I noticed the other cars were empty, and there was utter silence. I remember listening to my own agitated breathing and peeking out to find a way out, a door, some sign that would point to an exit. The clearer and alert my mind became, the more desperate I got. I felt I was out of air, and my breathing became even more irregular. I started to feel very claustrophobic.
I didn't hear any sound, nor did it arrive. There, right beside me, was that little man with the chilling eyes. I remember making an odd, frightened sound, but I didn't utter a word. Felt paralyzed. Its eyes were piercing me. When I saw him, I remembered what had transpired on the road. During those brief seconds, I forgot about not knowing where I was and how to get out of it. All of my being was fixed on that creature with a fetus head and almond-shaped cow eyes. It looked at me without any sort of emotion or facial expression. Seated at the wheel of my car, I felt hopeless, like a trapped little animal. I tried everything to deny this fact, but to no avail. All of a sudden, it started to raise its right arm until I could see his little hand. It became even more tense. My hands were at the wheel. Surprised I didn't yank it off. Couldn't move or take my hands off, but truth be told, I probably shouldn't say I really couldn't move because I never tried. I think that my dazed and traumatized mind didn't let me. My brain was incapable of commanding my body. The creature was reaching for my forehead. I felt repugnance, disgust. Imagine if someone would reach for your face for something you're terrified of, like a snake or a mouse or anything that would cause you panic. Its hand for me was all of those things wrapped up into one. This strange being, whom I still considered something diabolical, placed the palm of its hand on my forehead, and with the last spasm of repugnance, my mind went blank. When I woke, I found myself seated with other people in a squared room. My neck and hands were hurting. I felt my eyes swollen. Where was I? Where was my car? I couldn't really distinguish where the room's walls began or ended. The floor, walls, the ceiling were all light gray in color. Like the other place, I didn't see any lamps, light bulbs, entrances, exits, or windows, but I figured that logically, although none of this seemed logical, that there had to be doors and lights, even though I couldn't see them. Where did the light come from? I didn't know. If a person were to stand in the middle of this room alone, no point of reference, you would think he'd be standing in a great void. With me there were 14 other people, men and women, from the looks of it, Hispanic. We were seated in some sort of chairs or long benches. Couldn't really see these seats at a single glance. Only because I was seated on one of them could I tell they were there. How I got there was a mystery to me. Floor, walls, and ceiling were of the same color tone, which gave the appearance of total continuity, like a camouflage or optical illusion. Now, folks, this is something extremely common, as a matter of fact, is the room, the walls eating the floor. I think everyone from Whitley to Travis Walton to so many other people, especially abductees, people who've been taken or said to have been taken by extraterrestrials, they seem to say a few things. One, this emanating soft light. And we've spoken about this time and time again, with whether it's Udo Wartena or countless others that have been taken aboard. Even reminded of the Ilkley Moore encounter, having that feature, I believe, as well. And then the other feature, being the floor and the walls meeting in this perfect sort of roundness where you can't tell where one ends and the other begins, creating that sense of, it being a void. I was still a little dazed when I noticed that the creatures were right in front of us. I saw them over the shoulders of the people in front of me. No one said a word, but sensed the terror in the air. I could barely move. I was only able to turn my head with great difficulty. I felt a cramp in my neck. I was seated in the left-hand side of the last row. Each row had 5 people. There were 3 rows in total. My right was a teenager. He was wearing shorts. He was barefoot and didn't have a shirt on. He looked a lot like my brother when he was a teenager. When I saw the fear in his face, I wanted to try and ease it, but I couldn't. The others were dressed in different ways, from party clothes to sleepwear. Meanwhile, there stood these 2 with the extraordinary heads completely still. Every once in a while, they would blink very slowly. All of our attention was directed towards them. I gotta say, I find this really interesting, these details of the other people.
This reminds me as well as of Kelly Cahill's case as well. It was like a mass abduction. Multiple people were involved. And, you know, she was also describing other people that she saw there. This kind of feels like the same thing. And that they're, you know, some of them are in party clothes, some of them are in sleeping attire. Must be so off-putting. Coming from an undetermined place behind us, there approached another being who wore black clothing. He walked towards the creatures and stood between them. His skin color was that of someone who was tan and had a copper-like tone. His hair was black and straight. He wore it a little over his shoulder length. It was combed back.
Alright, guys,
He was very
that's gonna
handsome.
be a wrap tonight.
His shirt, which didn't seem to have
Appreciate y'all
buttons or
coming
pockets,
through,
had long,
and
slightly
I'ma
loose
see y'all
sleeves.
next
His
time.
pants were slim-fitting at the waist
Good
and
night,
slightly loose
and
in the
y'all
legs,
take it easy.
and a little tapered at the bottom. His shirt was tucked in, and he wore black boots. He was approximately 5'7", 5'8". His body was slim but